you. Hi, Shayna. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Hi. This is a very special meeting for me because, as I said, it's my first, but I also would be remiss if I didn't pause for a second, because 1 week ago, as many of you know, there was, and I try to maintain my feelings right now. There was something that broke so many hearts and broke my heart to see what happened, especially having a child who looks like all those children. So I just want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge, of course, a few weeks ago as well, what happened in Buffalo, what happened in Orange County, what keeps happening. So as a mom, I cannot not say enough, and I applaud all the folks who are out in the streets and who are in the capitals and other states doing what they can. Proud to be a Californian for many reasons, most importantly because we have a governor, we have a legislature, we have a majority of people who say sane gun laws are important and we need to do more. So thank you for my soapbox moment there, but I just acknowledge that. Take a breath. Now saying, yay, thank you so much for coming together. This is special because it's a hybrid meeting. We have our friends out there in the internet. Oh, there's Marco too, yay. And Jamie and all the other folks, okay. I'm gonna get really excited to see everyone. But we also are here together in person, and that's a big deal because for many of us, that's not happened regularly. So I want to acknowledge that. And then on top of that, another acknowledgement, this is a very special meeting because it is the first budget retreat of First Five California. Why does that matter? Because as we know, budgets are a reflection of the values that an institution has. The state agency, I'm pleased to say, thanks to the leadership of Jackie and all the staff that are here, are committed to having these meetings regularly so that we will be able to, and the public will be able to understand and learn from each other more about what First Five is up to, what it's been up to, the impact it's made, and how best to move forward. So I'm very appreciative of the staff over and over again. Jack, everyone here, as well as those online for all the work you've done to prepare for this. I know it was a lot in a short amount of time. I thank the commissioner, the other commissioners for also requesting this meeting. And so we have a lot of energy, we have a lot of synergy, and we're going to do our best to get through all of it. I want to acknowledge our commissioners who are, I know they're going to do the forum, but Marco is also, he's a newbie here. He's the first time meeting here as well. We are so fortunate to have the Undersecretary of Health and Human Services Agency here who will help inform us about all that HHS is doing and how we can leverage that and align ourselves more with that work as well. So with that, I believe I'm going to pause and turn it over to Jack to take over. And roll call.
Jean.
And Jean.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, Myra Alvarez,
Here.
Shayna Hazen,
Here.
Elsa Jimenez,
Here.
Jackie Majors,
Here.
Molly Munger,
Here.
Janina Perez,
Here.
Lori Riso,
Here.
Go Music.
Stay here, please.
Here.
Okay, and now, Jackie,
That's okay.
as we're dancing, as I'm dancing here, I defer now to you, Jackie, to lead us.
Thank you for the reminder that this was, I think we're all feeling it. I know we talked this stuff and we are, oh, Simon is going up louder. Can you hear me? From my diaphragm now. No, you can't hear me.
Louder.
Louder. Oh my gosh, now I feel like I'm yelling.
You're good.
There you go.
So I'm going to start off in a newish tradition of beginning with a land acknowledgement, and also after that, if we could take a few moments of silence for, who I'm going to cry, David Jones, who was executive director of First Five Stanislaus, who passed away unexpectedly on Sunday, May 15th. He was a kind man who was really beloved in his community and had been doing work for several decades, not only as the executive director of Stanislaus, but also throughout county government in Stanislaus. So I know that our First Five family and our First Five association, it's a void right now and a shock to many. And we hope to actually continue the work that he started in Stanislaus and across the state in service to children and families. So if you would indulge me for that moment of silence. This land acknowledgement was actually created with some guidance from the California Indian Culture and Sovereignty Center and American Indian Studies created by CSU San Marcos. So with permission, I was able to modify this in this hybrid environment. So today we acknowledge that this hybrid commission meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. As we begin this event, we acknowledge and honor the original inhabitants of our various regions. The land acknowledgement is a critical step towards working with Native communities to secure meaningful partnership and inclusion in the stewardship and protection of their cultural resources. Let's take a moment to honor these ancestral grounds that we are collectively gathered on and support the resilience and strength that all Indigenous people have shown. We are currently meeting at Crystal Stairs which is on the traditional unceded territory of the Toshba, Tongva tribes as well as Chumash tribes. So, can take a moment. Slide. Thank you for that. So we are going to I'm also going to provide an overview of how our hybrid meeting will go. So good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us virtually or in person. I'd like to quickly go over how we conduct the meeting today, including the facilitation of discussion among commissioners joining from 2 locations or possibly 3 locations or 4 locations, 4 locations, and public comment for those in person and those joining us virtually. I do have to acknowledge that Commissioner Risso is joining us as a member of the public because it was not previously noticed. And if the chair so wishes, can allow Commissioner Risso to participate in discussion. We don't have any voting items today. She does not count for quorum, and we don't, and nor can she. That's a thumbs up, Commissioner Rizzo. You can participate in discussion.
And please feel better.
Thank you. It's been chasing me. It finally caught me.
So first off, if anyone is having technical difficulties, please send an email to info@ccfc.ca.gov. That's info@ccfc.ca.gov. We have staff standing by who will immediately assist you. So commissioners, upon each agenda item, you'll be able to provide feedback and ask questions. Chair Perez will field requests to speak from commissioners in all locations. Voting will be conducted in the same manner as previous meetings if there is a call for a vote on any item. Jamie will help moderate today's meeting and will call for each commissioner. For the general public, the public will be muted during the meeting. If you are attending virtually and wish to comment, use the raise hand function or the chat function if that is not available. If you are here today in person and wish to comment, please sign in on the public comment sheet. Jamie will call on the public in order in which they are signed up, starting with the people in the room in Los Angeles, and then the people in the room in San Diego or in Sacramento, if there are any members of the public there, and then people in the virtual queue. So again, in closing, if anyone is having technical difficulties, including the raise hand function, please send an email to info@ccfc.ca.gov or info@ccfc.ca.gov. We have several staff monitoring that account, so you should receive assistance right away. Unless there are any technical questions, I'll turn it back over to Chair Perez.
Thank you, Jackie. I really do hope everyone will participate. Staff, everyone, this really is a learning session. This is something that we're learning together, listening, asking questions, and really having an open mind and an open heart. We're each learning from each other. Okay, so now, conflict of interest. Please let me know now if any agenda item present or potentially may present a conflict of interest for you. Obtaining this information in advance will ensure that I can announce your non-participation in any aspect of that item in compliance with applicable laws. Any commissioner want to state a conflict on any of the items? Marco shaking his head no, and Shane is smiling, and the commissioners seem to be good. Thank you. Now, commissioner comments. At this time, does any commissioner want to make any general comments on anything not on the agenda? Quiet crowd. I'm not used to this. Okay. Thank you. All right, and now.
Can I make a quick comment? I just wanted to thank Commissioner Munger and Commissioner Perry for helping us design this meeting in terms of kind of the facilitation. So I wanted to appreciate the fiscal advisory on helping us frame up and prepare for this conversation.
And so now we will turn it to our sister organization here, First Five Association. At this time, I would like to invite Kitty Lopez, president of First Five Association, to make comments.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Chair Perez and commissioners. I'm Kitty Lopez, Executive Director of First Five in San Mateo. That's my other job, as well as president of our state association this year. So thank you for the opportunity to share with you a few comments. I want to thank Jackie, first of all, for recognizing and acknowledging the passing of our dear colleague and friend, David Jones. You know, you definitely know you're getting older as these things happen more frequently, but we keep him in our hearts and minds as we honor him. And I know that there's a service this coming weekend, I believe in Modesto too. So thank you, Jackie, for that. I just want to say that we certainly appreciate, I've really enjoyed getting to know Jackie as the executive director, and just the spirit of collaboration that I think we have started to forge, where we can really have a true partnership and actively engage and plan for strategies that truly improve the health and well-being of all of our young children and families, that is in all of our hearts and minds all the time. We know we're going to have some opportunities to do some shared planning on the next phase of your initiatives as the commission, looking at home visiting coordination, dual language learners, the impact and regional hubs. I know you're going to talk about a lot of that today in your budget session. And so as we work with Jackie, there's kind of four main points that I just want to highlight today publicly. The first is really this idea of collaboratively designing and adjusting programs together as needed. The second is really building and incorporating our local county commission successes and lessons learned throughout the state. We've talked about identifying ways that we can help streamline the contracting and reporting requirements so that they work for everyone. And also just really improving and expanding our impact for children and families throughout the state. The systems change project, we are excited about it as at the association. We are working collaboratively with Jackie and her staff team in really how do we define systems change and develop a shared vision and plan of how we can work together to advance true change in each county and throughout the state. We have an internal work group that is going to be meeting with Jackie and her team to continually talk about these issues and really forge a path together. I also wanted to just touch on the executive director recruitment. As you all remember, Melissa Stafford Jones, our previous executive director, left at the end of last year to work for the governor's office. And we have had Deborah Kelch as interim. Her last really official day was last Friday, the 27th. So we are in active recruitment mode. Tomorrow we begin our first round of interviews. I'm feeling very hopeful about that process, and we hope to have a new executive director that I can proudly introduce to you in the next coming months. So we are on track with that, and that was my last point. I am more than happy to answer any questions or touch on anything if you would like.
Thank you, Kitty. I do have a question. Will you be able to participate, or will you be able to hear some of the budget conversation?
Yes, I am planning on staying on for a little bit. I'm going to drive from my home to my office and then I can come back online. So I hope to hear some of what you all are discussing and planning today. Thank you for the invitation.
Wonderful. I think it, once again, just reiterating your collaborative spirit, I think it would be wonderful for you and any other of our first 5 local sister organizations to participate as much as you feel comfortable doing so.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if anyone is planning, any of my other colleagues, I didn't hear anything if they were planning on joining today.
Okay, well, this is the first conversation I hope of many, and I know you and Jackie and others are in conversations as well. Thank you. Take it away. Public comment? All right, members of the public may speak up to 3 minutes on any non-agenda item or items not related to pending judicial, administrative, litigation, or personnel matters. No action by the state commission may be taken on this public comment. If you are attending virtually and wish to comment, use the raise hand function or the chat function if that is not available. If you are here today in person and wish to comment, okay, sorry. Please sign in on the public comment sheet. Jamie will call on the public in order in which they signed up, starting with people in the room and then calling on people in the virtual queue. Okay, now we have, yay, I can't gavel because that means it's the end, right? I just want to get excited because now we have first 5 California staff who will present information items. Oh, we have to pause public comments.
I don't have anybody with their hand raised. I don't think we have anybody in
Nothing in
attendance.
chat either.
Shannon.
Sacramento or San Diego, no one in the room?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay, now here comes the heart and soul of today's meeting. Staff will present information items, no action, just so that we're clear. We don't have to worry about, wait, what am I voting on? What are we doing? This really is like that listen and learn meeting that we talked about earlier. Okay, Jackie, please.
So moving on to item number 3 is just, we thought it was good to actually review the advisory committees. We'll bring back, and now that we have a new chair and new members, that was important to actually do a reorganization meeting at our next regularly scheduled commission meeting in July 28th. So with that said, we've attached some background information about the purpose of the current assignments as well as the current advisory committee meetings. I don't know if it would benefit folks to read through who they are or what the who's placed on what, but we will really just more for background. I'll just start from the top. We have the executive committee, which actually is usually the chair and vice chair, and they help develop agendas and provide guidance on significant administrative functions, kind of big picture, if you will. And currently that is Chair Perez and Vice Chair Hayes. We also have the PEO committee, because of its size, is actually a badly seen required committee meeting, and they review all the PEO items, and everything has to be posted 10 days in advance due to the size of the committee meetings. And the PEO currently is Commissioner Alvarez, Vice Chair Hazen, and Commissioner Majors. The Legislative Committee reviews and provides guidance on legislation and budget items within the Commission's subject matter jurisdiction, which include the statutory purposes of Prop 10 and other policies and programs relating to early care and education. And currently we have Vice Chair Hazen as well as Commissioner Emmons. Our research and evaluation is just that. It is a committee meeting on research and evaluation to go over and provide direction and guidance and also we provided updates on our research and evaluation. And currently we have Commissioner Myra Alvarez, and the second seat is vacant. So, and then we also have the program committee, which reviews and provides guidance on the commission's programs, proposals, and direction and feedback there. Again, I'm just kind of summarizing. You all can read. So, or the members of the public can read. So with that said, Commissioner Majors as well as Commissioner Alvarez are on that committee. We also have the fiscal committee, which, as I mentioned earlier, Commissioner Munder is on the fiscal committee, and there's a vacant seat on the fiscal committee. Again, in this new era, I do feel like, as you see, we're kind of digging into how we follow the money, how we guide staff in our investments. So that is, not that I'm biased, I'm just going to say that that is kind of where we're headed. I hope to elevate a lot more of that as we build transparency in our dollars and cents. And the last committee meeting is a strategic planning commission subcommittee, who has helped us develop our North Star and other items related to our strategic plan. And currently Commissioner Jimenez and Commissioner Vice Chair Hazen is on that committee. So I don't know if people have any questions. It's really more for background to digest and be prepared for our next commission meeting on what you might be on. Staff have been directed to reach out to each commissioner to see people's preferences. Then that will help inform and guide the discussion. Any questions about process or background? And Commissioner,
Marco, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, quick question, Jackie. Thanks for that overview. Are ex officio members allowed to be on any of the? Okay, great. Thank you. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves.
thank you. Vice Chair.
And maybe this goes without saying, but because we have some new members, I'm wondering if it makes sense to remind everyone about the difference between having 2 members on an advisory committee and then what happens if we have 3 or more, because that happened for the first time a few months ago.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hazen. So we leave the subcommittee commission meetings up to 2 because we don't want to trigger, well, in the past, we have not wanted to trigger the Open Act because it requires public posting, and all of those, a lot of the subcommittees are working subcommittees that help staff really fulfill the vision of the mission. So as I had stated before, and there's a footnote that if we have more than 2, that triggers the requirement of Bagley-Keene and everything becomes public. For example, PEO, we have proprietary and copyright issues, so we can't necessarily have full conversations sometimes because there's still kind of an iterative process. So if it were to have, basically come to the commission, there will be other people, the public, able to request those items and actually have information that is proprietary in nature. So not that I'm saying that it's preferred, it's just one of the challenges for that. And then the 10 days. Is that helpful or point of clarification?
And just, thinking, and we had this conversation a while ago, PEO certainly became something that more people, since we've made such a huge investment there, that more commissioners wanted to be on, so we made that decision. But I also see, just when I look at the numbers of seats that some of the commissioners hold, like Commissioner Hazen is 4, Commissioner Alvarez is on 3. I do think, I get why everybody wanted to really participate in PEO, it makes sense. I do think we want diversity in thoughts and ideas on some of these. And I think so where there's opportunities for new commissioners that have come on to sort of even that scale out, I would just recommend that we look at it that way as well. Just so, we have kind of different people, different thoughts on some of these.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Alvarez.
I agree with Commissioner Majors. I also think it would be helpful to open up the discussion again of expanding the committees, recognizing the comments earlier that Jackie said about transparency. I mean, that's the whole point behind Bagley-Keene, is to be transparent in our conversations and allow the public to join in on those discussions. I think it's been helpful for the PEO committee to have public discussions about such a big investment, I would assume similar conversations would be stronger if other committees were also.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to also just comment, as well as somebody who's new to this, I'm very excited to get involved in at least one or two other committees. I am very mindful of the amount of work that it goes for staff to host these. I don't know if that's the right term, to work on them. So is there the concept of, do we need to have this many committees? Or is there a way to like have maybe fewer? And once again, this is how I just brainstorm, so that staff don't have to be spread out so much, but could rather we have a smaller, covers a lot more. Obviously, the meeting will be much more robust, but I am very empathetic as former staff. Many times, I know how much work goes into doing that. So that's my other just comment on that. And then pivoting a little bit, I do want to also elevate the legislative committee in particular. I do think I would really like to reiterate that as a state agency, we also need to be much stronger in our intergovernmental connections, in how we work with other agencies, in how we partner and how we leverage. That's why I was saying how thrilled I am that Mark was here, but I think we have so many opportunities now, many more than 24 years ago when we started. We were the leaders in early childhood, and now we have many other people who want to partner with us. So I would love to have the opportunity to talk about that particular committee, and perhaps if we blend it with other programs or other issues, then we're really looking at how are we leveraging, how are we shining lights on issues that perhaps other agencies aren't able to do, how are we evaluating, et cetera, et cetera. But I did want to offer that up because I really do feel now more than ever, we really want to be smarter at how we're leveraging our dollars and not solely looking at legislation and the more traditional advocacy roles. And then finally, to the point where we call out early care and education in that committee, I also think we'd be remiss if we don't talk about the other important, three-legged stool of family functioning and health, particularly mental health is one issue that you're going to hear me asking a lot of questions about, because I know more than ever that is a blind spot, I think, that many in the early childhood world want more to be done, but I still am not clear what the right direction is. So I welcome other experts to help us or help inform me on the best way to move that particular needle.
I'm sorry, I do have one more comment. Just piggybacking on Commissioner Alvarez's statement about transparency. And this is not opposed to that. It is just a question of, I think we're very transparent in all that we do. I just find on program, we're able to work a little closer with staff. And we're not saying anything we wouldn't say, but it's where we're finally working together to just sort of have those real conversations around strategy. What should we be thinking? That's all going to ultimately come to the public anyway. But I do find that PEO changed. I was on it before, and now I'm on it in a different way. And it did change some of our conversation. So I just want to think about that. Again, it's not about a lack of transparency, but I think, we just spend time on program just really like, was that really how we want to do it? Or as we're thinking about some of the other commissioners and how they think, and we're, me and Commissioner Alvarez, or one time me and Commissioner Munger were trying to also speak for some of you in terms of what that looked like. I don't know that we do that with a more open environment, and then it has us putting like half the commissioners on every single one. So I just want to just give that as other thought to how we might, if we were going to try to restructure whether we're all more than two.
Sure, I really appreciate your historical knowledge of what it looked like before, what it looks like now, but I think that this is a great conversation, right? This is what we want to do. And so I'm glad we're having different perspectives, and I'm glad we're able to talk more about how best to move forward. So thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Just if I may, in terms of process, so between now and our next meeting, staff will reach in to assess our interests so that hopefully when we meet again, there's an idea of who's going to be the applicant.
Help for me to help guide the chair. Yes, on balance.
Okay.
Without
breaking the bag of ink.
Yeah.
It's more of what we should know to help guide. It usually goes quickly until it's a reorganization.
But I do want to acknowledge what was just brought up too. So how do we, you know, perhaps if it is okay, staff to think about different potential ways that we can hold the input that both commissioners provided and looking at how do we move forward. I think it's important that we really honor what both commissioners have said. I can hear both sides and I can appreciate both sides. I do feel like my first question is, what do other agencies do? Once again, I'm going to keep saying we are a state agency, which I confirmed in the statute. As a state agency, my first question is, what are other agencies doing when they handle these committees? So I think just having that knowledge doesn't mean that we follow, oh, we're going to do exactly what others do, but I'm big on context. What's the lay of the land? What else is happening with other folks who potentially, you know, we could learn from? So that's one potential homework, but I very much want to hear how others, especially the Commissioner Majors, don't want to put you on spot, or Ellen, how would you appreciate the conversation to move forward?
Yeah, and I want to say again, I was not opposed to that. It was more PEO makes total sense to me, right? It's just like these are bigger, broader conversations. Program, I feel like we get into the weeds a little bit, which isn't always, you know, it's like there's things you talk in your family meeting and there's things you talk in when all the, you know, all the cousins are at work. It's just a different, it doesn't mean it doesn't all come out. It means some of the work to get there. So I would just suggest that, and I'm glad Commissioner Jimenez brought it up, because if they're coming back to us, staff are coming back to us, how do they sort of grapple with sort of this conversation? So I think it might be just maybe even staff thinking about, and if anything that I said resonates to you guys as staff around how we kind of, the difference, because I don't know if I'm able to articulate it, but the difference in programs where we just are really like, huh, and yeah, you know, I don't know that that's the best discussion to be having in public, not to hide anything, but it's just, we spend a longer time on those meetings, whereas outreach, we really do need the public's perspective on how they are receiving information. And so I think it's really helpful. So I don't know if it's also you guys thinking about maybe even a recommendation based on what both of us said. It doesn't have to be a one size fits all, and maybe think about how that works. So that's what I feel.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not opposed either. Actually, I really appreciate Commissioner Major's before and after perspective, because I don't have a before perspective. And it's we have very different experiences on the program committee. Like the meetings we've had, I don't feel have been substantive. It's sort of like, here's what we're doing. But it's also because I don't know that area. And Commissioner Majors knows childcare incredibly well. So I'm like learning from those calls, right? But if we were talking about health issues, perhaps I could feel like I could more substantively contribute. So I, you know, maybe part of the exploration is your suggestion. Maybe we have fewer committees. I don't know. There's not an easy answer.
No.
I do really appreciate wanting to have these discussions more in depth. And I don't want to hinder that because of fact. But also recognize people want to be on different committees.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing is a request to staff to think about, I personally don't want to hear one option. I'd like to hear a couple of options potentially, brainstorm. This is not to say, okay, that's what we're doing, but we really much welcome, because so many of you have history on the commission, you know, staffing the commission. We want to hear from you. What do you think would work best? So please take that up in the spirit that it was given and help solve the problem.
Okay. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, we have our next steps and we'll come back with a couple of options and possibly the history of how things have functioned before. Great. And the challenges and opportunities of different formats. And Commissioner Mitchell, we may have to reach out to you about how you all function under Bagley and the challenges. So.
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and we've got the Child Welfare Council, the Healthy California for All Commission meeting, a number of different entities, to Chairwoman Perez's comments around how are other state entities doing it. So I'd welcome, Jackie, any conversation with you or your team, and happy to share kind of how we've evolved in various settings across the agency around building in public comment, to Commissioner Alvarez's point, but Commissioner Major's piece around getting deep and into the nitty gritty too. There's a balance between those two that you have to balance quite frequently. And so happy to engage with you and share the perspective of our team as we've had to navigate that across the entirety of our organization.
Perfect. I'm gonna just reiterate to please take him up on that offer. Thank you, Marcus. Okay, next. Yay.
Okay. All right, so thank you for that engaging conversation. And we will look to partner with Undersecretary Mijic as you proceed. We're going to move on to
Item number 4, as Jackie whispers it to me, say item number 4. All right, this is it. This is the heart and meat of today's meeting, budget planning. Thank you, Jackie.
welcome.
And staff.
So as we are going to tee up the PowerPoint that we will be sharing, it's one large PowerPoint. And I wanted to go over the meeting objectives today. So we're hoping to actually increase that or build up, strengthen the understanding of our First Light California fund balances, the purposes and limitations, and our current fund balances. We want to strengthen commissioners' understanding of the revenue outlook and just be transparent and just very clear about that, and key factors impacting future revenue and expenditures. Would also like to strengthen commissioners' understandings about proposed future investments. Again, these are proposed, right? This is done through due diligence of staff. Some staff who are no longer with us, so I will do my best to pretend to be David Dodds. And so on some of the proposals and their impact on our fund balances. And lastly, to gain commissioners, hoping to have commissioner guidance and kind of questions and wonderings on future first time investments. So with that said, we will go through a couple of things, go through our first kind of fun-ish activity, and you can use your notepads for this, is actually, I have the clicker. I asked for the clicker and I'm not even using the clicker. The clicker is not on.
Right on the side.
That's okay. There's something that says ON and I need to click it. Turn it on.
Okay, I was so asking around where I just live here. I was literally like, okay.
Sometimes it's just old school and you actually have to physically move, slide something down so that the electricity can connect.
You're talking about a useless cheap. I was like, okay.
We had just gone over the blue sky activity, and so this is more kind of we're gonna pull up a Jamboard for those folks who are online. We will actually post in the chat a Jamboard. Also in front of you are some notepads. Thank you, Crystal Stairs. And I didn't know if we were thinking about stickies too, but the notepads are
They're
probably
sticky.
They sticky?
They're sticky.
All right, maybe we don't have nothing sticky too. So we have walls. And so this is just kind of what therapists call the magic wand question, right? Like your ideal. So what questions do you hope to have answered by the end of this session? And the second one is, what would you like the commission to keep in mind throughout today's presentation of current fund balances and proposed future investments? So giving a little bit of time, you can have discussion or think about it and then we facilitate some discussion. Do you want to pull up the Jamboard?
Yes.
And they're two different questions.
Yes, they're two different questions. So you can merge them.
Shall we stick with the first one? Do
They're-
it a
they're-
little bit.
they're-
Or you wanna
yes.
merge them, because I feel like it's good, just I'm thinking about staff too, we have to report to staff or someone has to report it out, right?
Yes, Sarah is recording.
Oh,
And so if you're writing the sticky notes, let us know which question you're answering. And if you have actually a computer with you, can actually use the Jamboard yourself. If we can send it to commissioners right now
Via email?
via email, Simon. Yeah, or just
Well, if I'm sharing, I can't receive it via email. We can send them to Sarah. Yes.
So once again, what do we?
So.
There's a Jamboard and I
So
heard
there's
an
a
email.
Jamboard, so we're working on a hybrid kind of desire to have in-person and virtual participation. So the first question is for us, as we kind of review our intentionality here with the budget planning session is, let's just ask the first one. What do you hope to have answered by the end of the training? And so we're going to chart this and revisit this as staff and the meeting as well. So when we think about this, our first go at it, what?
Sorry, Chuck.
What's going on?
I totally missed that conversation. So do we have the Jamboard link?
We do, staff is trying to email.
Yeah, we're gonna send it and put it in the chat right now. Sorry.
In the chat,
So we should
No,
always
it's
log in.
I'm not logged in.
So
No, it's gonna go to email.
You're learning about.
we are all,
hybrid
this is
environment.
fine, this
We are
is,
learning
this is in
hybrid.
process, we're learning together, that's the theme of today, in my opinion, so.
Okay, well, I'm gonna at least go old school.
Yeah, old school. So there are some people old school, so.
You know, old school.
Yes, let's go old school, that's why I'm.
We wanted to
You're
start
following
15
Jackie.
Multiple platforms, you're right.
Multiple platforms.
It's in the chat if you're on Zoom.
Like, I'm like, shouldn't Jackie read it out loud? And then-
Yes, I will.
Wait.
I will after you spend some time on what do you actually, and then I'll read out loud after you post to the wall.
We'll read everyone's out loud.
Yes.
Fun.
And it can, send, well, it won't be anonymous online, so. Oh, look.
Well, it is sometimes
Yeah.
because you're just a
On
monkey
Jamboard.
or a.
Yeah, you're the anonymous monkey.
You're just a monkey or a badger.
Whoever just did that, question number one of the Jamboard. I hats off to you, that's pretty awesome. Log on. Yeah. Okay.
Summer, you want them to come to you or you can?
I could just go grab
I
it.
think the
Well,
active
if you
is
go-
listed.
I'll go get them while you-
Alex going old school.
Let's just do the active is listed. and then we can-
Okay.
Okay. Again,
Question
after this,
you haven't answered.
when we end
Your
at
budget.
2:50 today, what are you hoping to walk away from?
How do you use Jamboard in the budget?
Okay, you can write that. You can write that. How do we facilitate discussions in a hybrid format with everybody being engaged?
Can you repost it in the chat?
Yes, that's what Sarah's gonna. Oh,
No, I just mean because you can't see the previous chat when you log in.
There you go.
To be mindful of time. Oh, I mentioned
we
it.
have 5. and then
5 minutes.
So, directly discussion. And so there are 2 questions that you're answering during this time period is, once you finish the first, is again, that magic wand question, what questions do you hope to have answered by the end of the session? And the second one is, what would you like the commission to keep in mind throughout today's presentation of current fund balance and proposed reserves? Number 1.
Give them away.
Sorry.
I could like click on it.
Right
No,
here,
no,
what would
no.
you like the commission? to do?
So number 2, it's kind of fuzzy, there's also up there, what would you like the commission?
I was
keep in
okay.
mind
Thanks,
throughout
Igor,
today's
just by-
presentation
I'm
of
not
current-
I was
Oh,
hoping
no,
to
no,
see
no,
if they were on
thanks,
my-
Debbie, I appreciate
They don't
you.
see the top stuff.
Because when I logged in, I logged
You
in.
gonna put it up?
I am. I was
Okay.
gonna let her type it first.
I was like, it's gonna be lonely up there.
I'm putting it up there.
I'm putting it up and now it's not
Because
lonely.
you-
Okay, I can, mine.
We wanted to retype it so that the hybrid folks who had could also see what was in the room. So-
I'm not the login.
No, you don't have to. No, that's why we have multiple modalities, different learning and teaching styles.
Yes.
And a hybrid,
how
if we
quickly
learn
we
anything from the
acclimate
pandemic
to, like-
and virtual education,
It's
it's all iterative.
like me to share. Thanks, Simon.
You're welcome.
It's all
I'm a
iterative.
runner if anybody wants me to run for them.
Thank you, Debbie.
Get your steps.
Yeah, I'm getting my steps.
What is that? And Commissioner Rizzo, as a member of the public, the chair allows you to post a comment or two.
Not a
I
problem.
know, I am kind of. I like safest with me.
I'll go find out. Jamie, how far down are the restrooms?
Thank you so
It's like going on the vacation.
That's okay, and you have an extra sheet of paper in case we need it.
But Jamboard is not a term, you know, I understand.
I love it
Because
though.
everybody's done a lot of these post-it things. So, yes, I get that. But a Jamboard
Love it.
is a new term. And the fact that you can do it on a computer.
I know, isn't this
Yeah.
phenomenal?
I would love to do that. I wish I brought my.
I learned it through my Girl Scout. Oh, do you really?
This really took off during the pandemic, I think.
That doesn't mean
It's like kind of like
Get on the
binder.
computer.
Yeah.
Yes, as it is.
Okay, she is typing that in.
Because it's.
Sarah is typing it in for us.
Yeah, exactly. It's tricky.
Simon.
Yeah.
Would you mind
Can he
sending
though?
Commissioner Majors the link via email?
Sorry, so
Because
what?
you could do the Jamboard.
I just
The
didn't want to
Jamboard.
log in.
Yeah.
Okay, would you mind? Thank you.
Yes.
Because I have to go on, because I have to go on Zoom, right?
Yeah.
Keeping it real here.
Then?
I remember at Cali Just HS, we were doing it, I hit clear and everyone's comments disappeared and everyone was so mad.
That is what, and anybody can do it.
And anybody can do it. And
Yeah.
so, I'm like, not me.
Hope you remembered what you, hope you remember what you wrote.
But then there's there's that reverse button that has the history, but it was like, for a second, we were all freaked out until we figured there was a button that could. So we have two questions.
Yeah, I just want to make sure Shayna and Commissioner Hazen and Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Rizzo, you're good? Okay.
It can go on email.
You can log in. Oh,
Yeah, I can mute email to everybody, but everybody's missing the Jamboard.
I can email it.
Okay.
Who needs it?
email. I got it.
Chair?
Okay. Yeah, just email to everybody just in case.
Right.
Give folks about 3 more minutes. Looks like everybody online looks like they're done. Everybody in the room looks like they're done. And Sarah is busy typing away. Let's take computer with me.
Even mine.
But which area? I don't feel like I can. It's.
Hey, lots of good stuff.
I think so.
So I'm gonna start with, it looks like the first question was answered by most, or at least on the Jamboard for folks to review, is what questions do we hope to have answered by the end of the session? So we have, how do these investments accelerate or build on top of investments that the administration is making in support of California's kids? Oh, Marco owned that, okay. It could have been anonymous, so how do we leverage? That's a good one.
That's a plus one.
That's a
there,
plus
too.
one. So, okay, I'm a plus one. So, there's a plus one there. So looking ahead, how can we ensure our strategic priorities are aligned with our investments and by By when can we establish processes to support and monitor? That's similar. Over. Clear budget priorities, and I think that there was a note about making sure, like, when we say clear, like, what are first, second, and third priorities? What is it about education and childcare that requires it to focus so much of our funds on that area? This is not a negative judgment, it's just a request that we lift up our reasons, because those reasons can shape how we. How do we build sustainability to continue to support California's youngest children? And what's our sustainability, another sustainability plan, considering continuing declining revenue? And how will we right size our admin expenses? What are we doing differently as a result of the last 2 years of change? So I hear of like a reflection and how do we become more strategic in our investments and intentional? So clear budget priorities. Okay. There's a lot of alignment there. So any thoughts and reactions from our commissioner colleagues on our first question is, what questions do we hope to get answered? So again, I hear very loud and clear, like, how is this tied to our mission, our goals? How are we measuring, and how are we very clear about 1, 2, 3 budget and the why we invest, right? And I believe that is actually something I have heard ever since my time here, approximately a year ago, April 1st, when we had the last budget retreat. And that there's a desire to create the transparency, becoming more strategic, as well as leveraging resources with declining revenue. The second question is, what would you like the commission to keep in mind throughout today's presentation, so as we go through this of current fund balances and proposed future investments? How do we collectively work to further a whole child agenda? Keeping the main thing, not to call anybody out, just I think that there might be a wondering for me, what does that mean, the main thing, keeping it the main thing? Okay.
It really, I was gonna say something earlier when you were answering the other question around, oh, I can't remember what it was exactly. But for me, it's, we cannot do everything. And we have a limited amount of resources, but an amazing amount of influence. And I find throughout my time here, and now I'm like one of the old timers, our hearts and our desires and our own field of expertise has us wanting to do everything. And oh, I'm sorry, I had the one that said clear budget priorities 1, 2, and 3. I'm not saying it's 3, but it's not 2. And so my keep the main thing is, if we could find those main things and really stay focused on those, and pray and hope that some of the things that we're just not able to capture, that we are either able to influence or encourage partners to.
I did just want to reiterate and thank you for your expertise in sharing that about 1, 2, 3. I didn't write this about the childcare question, but I do think that we do need to also look back what we've done and what progress has already been made. When I read about, what the mission was specifically in early care and education, it was to educate people about brain development, these things, and I'm like, check. We have made huge progress, and so it's not about calling out one thing and saying we're not going to do that anymore. It's more like let's do a gut check, like how have we done, what progress has been made, and then looking at those other areas, to your point, that we don't have as much movement yet. Where First 5 with our limited resources can really spark some more action. So I really do appreciate what you just said, and I hope, once again, in the spirit of learning together, it's not about one versus the other, but I do think we need to be much more smarter about where we spend our money and how we leverage all the assessments that are now coming to light, thanks to First Five, in my opinion, helping spark the whole early childhood movement in our state, that we don't need to be funding a million different things. Thank you.
Thank you both for the discussion. Just because I'm trying to stay on this timeline is, I'm going to summarize a majority of what that answer to the second question is. How do we leverage current investments?
Yes.
Because there's a resounding kind of theme around kind of leveraging the current opportunities. And also I appreciate this because the consistent use of an equity lens with tangible results, right? Have become data driven. I'm like, wow.
Dora.
No, because I did not know you wrote it, but I could see the Jackie's are very similar in that vein. Again, with tangible results. And how do we focus, how do we focus on our most marginalized children and the Occupant First Five Commission to lead them? So equity and leveraging current resources is a big theme here. And the last one is just prioritizing investments in children with an emphasis and families.
Yes.
Because children don't live outside of families. So how do we do that as well? Thank you, especially babies, families and caregivers and whatnot. So thank you for this Blue Sky activity. I'm gonna do my best to be Erin Price. I don't have a beard. I tried to grow a beard to help facilitate this, but everyone's laughing. I was going to come with a beard today. And in any case, so bear with me as I facilitate this with the conversation. Back to the PowerPoint.
Jackie, for me, I've been kind of thinking about, how do you invest, instead of a mile across, a mile deep in terms of just what areas we can create more influence, considering that revenues are declining. But then what does that mean then in terms of the statutory distribution of dollars? And is there an opportunity there to kind of revisit that if a greater percentage of dollars at the time that this funding source became available made sense, but maybe it doesn't make sense in today's context? And so is that something that should be explored, and how labor intensive would that be to shift dollars within those state accounts?
Internally or the?
I don't even know if that's possible. I don't even know if that's
Anything's
possible.
possible with a 2/3 vote on a proposition.
Oh, okay, so I would take a
So,
proposition.
because this was a Prop 10. So it is something I know that people have looked at, and we'll dive into that a little bit as the admin account. So because we're established through proposition, we have to be, any amendments to it have to be voted 2/3.
Okay. So, Jackie, my understanding that reading the statute, there is some flexibility to move things based on needs, based on.
Yes, and then Marsha will go over that in a little bit more detail, have a discussion about the, yes, Simon?
Just a reminder to, if you can, speak up on that end. The folks in the public on Zoom are struggling to hear.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Simon.
I'm
We'll try to
wondering,
move it.
can you actually move the speaker on a chair closer to us?
It's hooked up,
Look, I'll-
taped down, so
Okay,
maybe
something.
after lunch.
Yeah. So, okay, I just feel like I'm yelling at people and it's so uncomfortable to yell at people. Outside voice. So yes, Marsha and team went through we'll go through the basics of our funding limitations and opportunities.
Okay.
And go through the slide deck because it is really us becoming transparent about what our statutory limitations are and opportunities, right? So part of this is just, this slide is again, just a review of our strategic direction, which is new for some of us, and some of us were on, like just a few months ago in October of 2021. That seems like forever ago, that we adopted a North Star. So we have provided all the commissioners with what our vision is. So our vision is that California children receive the best start and thrive, and that was part of our strategic plan developed a few months ago. And our mission is to, and it hasn't changed, I think, in a very long time, is to convene and partner and support and help lead the movements to create and implement a comprehensive, integrated and coordinated system for California's children prenatal through 5 and their families, and promote support and optimize early childhood development. In review of our adventure with Jamboard, I think that this still resonates. I know that we will be engaging in a new strategic plan development in a year or so, because this current strategic plan will sunset in December of 2024. So that means discussions will happen in 2023, which is about a year from now. So I think there is still a lot, it sounds like there's still a lot of alignment, what our overall mission was in the strategic plan. We also adopted the North Star, and that we believe that trauma-informed healing center and culturally responsive system promote the safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments necessary to eliminate inequities and ensure healthy development for all children. We adopt this as how to operationalize and how we explain it. Was people asked, and we worked with the strategic planning. Okay, next please. We'll just go old school. Next. What was the application of the North Star to this? And it really helped us develop what we call the results-based accountability framework, become more data-driven, right? So it really is how do we operationalize, measure, and ensure that we are transparent about progress made from the beginning, right? So we have the North Star, and then part of this, again, this is, I'll be really direct. I think this is the first application of an RBA framework as part of this budget discussion. So it's exciting, and I always tell staff, like, it's okay. I am a fail forward, fail up type of person. And so even we may struggle with how this might look like as an organization who haven't done it before, but I know that staff are really excited about the framework and being able to answer this from that equity lens, right? So we have certain levers that we know levers that we know to address our target populations through this theory of change, right? We know that we want to engage parents, caregivers, providers, programs, state agency partners and leaders, and other policy by leveraging and capitalizing on our superpowers, which we know are being catalysts, right? Whether that be funding, whether or not that be research and evaluation. There are just a number of things that we do to catalyze conversations, right? So UPK is a perfect example. We kind of like did that for 20 years, and we're catalyst funders and held those conversations. We're broadcasters. That's our largest investment statutorily. You'll see later that's about 30% of our budget, right? So how do we actually change the hearts and minds, elevate so that the issues of early childhood development is top of mind for the public, right? And we also advocate, right? So statutorily we're required to provide recommendations to the governor and the legislature on what we think is the best and most promising practices to actually further this early care and education and healthy development that, you know, what we discover from our partners on the ground. We're also conveners and connectors. We can bring people together to have focus groups. We've done this with the 2018 rape reform, for example, studies when we brought people together to talk about that, an issue way back when. And then again, fundamentally, it is all research and data, right? Statutorily, we have to research and evaluate like whether or not we've made progress moving the needle. Any questions? I know, especially, yes.
Oh, your controller.
Am I not loud enough?
No, perfect.
Okay. And so we're excited to apply the SMART goal and SMART goals framework and RBA framework to everything that we hope. So staff, you know, our intention is to, as we roll out new investments, that we will create work plans and project plans that will have this level of detail about what are the indicators that we're trying to move and how will we measure that at which period. Next. And so with that said, we thought it was really important to actually provide an overview of what we call the state of the state. And we invited both Dr. Emily Putnam-Horstein and Reagan Faust from the Children's Data Network. And I'm not sure if Reagan on.
Yeah.
She is on, I think she might be in the participant.
Yeah, we're gonna
Perfect.
bring over right now.
Great.
Jackie, you let me use that. See if I can get it to work. Otherwise, if you want to say next slide.
Oh, it's up there.
Sure.
Hi, Reagan.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So Emily, maybe I'll let you start out.
Oh, perfect. Okay, and then Simon is going to be navigating the slides because the clicker has decided to not work this morning. Technology gremlins always haunt Reagan, just so you know. But just wanted to thank you guys. We will be brief, but hopefully this will, as Jackie mentioned, give us a sense of kind of where things are in California. I'm Emily Putnam-Hornstein. I'm the faculty co-director of the Children's Data Network with Dr. Jacqueline McCroskey. Reagan Faust is the executive director. And what we're going to do is just spend kind of a very brief overview of what the Children's Data Network is, but we're also then going to dive into some data that we have pulled together to better understand the conditions into which children are born, which we hope will kind of inspire all sorts of other conversations related to ways that we can best allocate resources to really invest in everything we've talked about, whether it's children and families, marginalized communities, promoting racial equity. So Reagan, with that, you can take it away, and I will let you know if there are any technology issues in the room.
Well, thank you so much. I am so excited to be here, and apologies for my virtual presence. Next time, I hope to join in person, and I'm thrilled that Emily had the honor to do that today. Again, Reagan Faust, Executive Director of the Children's Data Network, and I am truly honored to take you through the Strong Start Index today. I'm hoping that Emily will jump in when there are items that I've missed. But please know we're going to have lots of time for questions and answers throughout the presentation, or at the end of the presentation. So if you could move to the next slide. Thank you, and you can just continue going to, there you go. So for today's agenda, we are going to briefly, introduce the Children's Data Network and our work. The California Strong Start Index, as Emily mentioned. We're going to walk you through some select applications of the Strong Start Index and then questions and answers. So we can go to the next slide, please. So my background is in education. So I actually always try to start with KUD. So this is know, understand, and be able to do. So walking away from this presentation today, we thought it would be wonderful if you knew how, for the know part, that the Strong Start Index adds unique insights into the conditions into which children are born. And it reveals wide geographic variability and disparities by race ethnicity that are already evident at the time of birth. Number two, unlike most indices, the scores actually have been shown to be empirically related to key indicators of child health and well-being, and that the index has proven helpful in ensuring that our investments are intentional and equitable. So for the understand portion, we're hoping to walk you through those select applications. And first, how the Strong Start Index could be used to monitor disparities and community needs, and as such, identify areas of highest priority for investment, for budgeting and for policy advocacy and planning, and also to potentially identify resilient communities. And ultimately, what we'd love you to be able to do is to use the Strong Start Index to help ensure that every baby has a strong start. So if we can move to the next slide, please. And the next one. So first, the Children's Data Network. We're a data and research collaborative that specializes in the linkage and analysis of administrative records to inform children's programs and policies. So if we move to the next slide, you could describe it as a large-scale, population-based longitudinal cohort project. So essentially, we start from birth and we drop in records that exist for those same children that exist in other service silos. So arranging those data chronologically actually helps us better understand the health, well-being, public service interactions, and ultimately outcomes for all children. And it's in a way that's very specific to those same kids. It's valid and it's highly efficient because no new data had to be collected. So if we move to the next slide. So birth records, and not having worked with birth records before I came to the Children's Data Network, I didn't realize how rich they were as an important source of information. So they're a really powerful resource. The data are universally collected and they're standard across years. They're the first data that is collected about an individual. A decent amount of information is collected, and it's information about not just the infant, but the entire family unit. So these data essentially are a snapshot of the constellation of resources available to individual children at the time of birth. And then when combined, form a rich data set that could be used for prospective and local analyses, but for entire populations. So if we move to the next slide. Now, we all know that data-driven investments, which is ultimately the goal, they need data, right? And unfortunately, much of the data that's available about young children and their families is survey-based. So these are estimates. Maybe they're at the state or county level, so not local enough for many initiatives. They're focused on or collected from adults reporting about children, and maybe about one indicator of health or well-being, rather than a combination of indicators that we know could better relate to outcomes. And finally, they're deficit focused. And where the right information doesn't exist, it's actually very costly to collect. And so with all of our work on birth records, it really made us wonder, could information from birth records, so this information that's always, continually being collected and standardized, universal, could it be thoughtfully assembled and simply scored to help communities more efficiently and equitably allocate resources? And that brings us to the Strong Start Index. So if we move to the next slide, and one more, we're going to hope to show you a short animation. I'm hopeful that it will work. Let's all keep our fingers crossed.
I think if you keep it in full screen mode, it'll still play.
A 500,000 babies are born in California. A 500,000 babies are born in California each year. Some are born with more resources and some with fewer. Family, service, financial, and health assets are tied to good outcomes and resilience throughout the life course. Wouldn't it be great if our communities had a way to measure those resources at birth? We could use that information to distribute supports and services more equitably, ensuring that they go where they are needed most, so that all children grow up on an equal footing. The California Strong Start Index helps communities do just that. It assembles existing administrative data for our newborns so that we can more efficiently and effectively support families. The Strong Start Index can be used to describe the conditions into which children are born, both across families and geographies. Understand how foundations for resiliency have changed over time, and help policymakers and service providers identify where services and supports are needed most. The Strong Start Index, helping California communities give children a strong start.
It played, right? Yay!
I was waiting to exhale because I have quite a history of technological snafus. I'm thrilled that it worked and that it was able to provide a pretty succinct overview of the motivations behind the opportunity filled by the Strong Start Index. So the Strong Start Index comprises 12 indicators that are available on birth records. It doesn't comprise everything, obviously. No one index could, But what the beauty of this index is that it takes information about individual children and kind of those constellation of resources available to them. So if we move to the next slide. So when visualized as a map and the disparities between the communities are made apparent, it allows policymakers to target resources where they're needed most. So what you're looking at is a current snapshot of the Strong Start Index website, which is a free resource available to the public. I'm happy to report though that in August, the content, the maps, the visuals will be updated. So it's actually going to look a little bit different, but we're hoping that after this refinement, it's going to be even more useful. So we're updating the data. We're going to be adding 2020 data so that the site will display, and then users will be able to download the number of births and average number of Strong Start assets for every census tract in California for all babies born from 2015 through 2020. We will also be adding a new geographic boundary. So currently you can find information and visualize data at the county, city, legislative district, school district, and spa and supervisorial district within LA County. But after this refinement, we're going to be adding the Best Start community boundaries for LA County at the request of our first 5 LA colleagues. We're also going to be adding the ability to search by census tract, which will help reinforce that connection between the map and real life, like where you're actually standing. And it's also going to facilitate use because I myself and others have been using it in order to identify specific census tracts. And so that'll make my life personally a lot easier. And we're also going to be changing the map colors, but also what it visualizes, as well as that right-hand menu to refocus more on the number of assets within communities. And it's going to make the visuals more intuitive and actionable. So we're actually going to be making it easier for people to identify communities with, let's say, 11 or 12 assets, which would place them at the high end of resources. And also conversely, 8 or fewer assets, which would place them on the lower end and might flag them for more intentional investment in the interest of equity. So exciting times, more to come. And I look forward to hearing your responses to after the unveiling in August. So if we move to the next slide. So it's a little bit hard to see in this, it's very small, but you are more than welcome to pull this down off of the Strong Start website itself. But if you remember, the CASI is built from the records of every baby born in California. And so what's really cool is that we can disaggregate the data by race ethnicity. So we developed this dynamic dashboard that highlights racial and ethnic disparities in Strong Start scores. So on the left-hand side, you'll notice on that top, you'll see the distribution of births in California in 2019 by race ethnicity. And then the distribution of the communities by quintile. So you'll notice that white and Asian PI children are disproportionately represented in tracts in the top 20% of asset scores in California, whereas Latino and Black children are disproportionately represented in tracts in the bottom 20% of their level of assets. On the right, you can see per race ethnicity, where the distribution of communities where they ended up actually living in those early, just right after birth, like around the time of birth. And also on the bottom, oh yeah.
Question, and we talked about this before, is as the AAPI community is very diverse, and East Asians have outcomes than Southeast Asians, right, or others. So, I mean, do you have different cuts of the data to actually highlight kind of, and this is the same with the Latino community in Colombia. So also, right, and so how do you account for that? How have you actually lifted that up or taken that into consideration? Because there are subgroups of those big categories
Yeah, Reagan, I'm happy to take that one. So it's a great question, and Jackie, this is exactly the kind of feedback that we want. So it's interesting, when we initially developed the index, we didn't even disaggregate by race ethnicity initially, because there was a real emphasis on trying to focus on strengths and not wanting to in any way identify certain communities in a stigmatizing fashion. What we heard when we went out to communities is they're like, well, listen, if we're really, I know the commission is interested in targeted universalism, right? So if not all communities are starting off with the same assets, we need to know that. And so we kind of took this first pass in terms of race ethnicity. The powerful thing about vital birth records is that it actually does allow for us to do some additional disaggregations. We can do disaggregations based on whether the mother of the child was born in the US or is an immigrant. We get kind of maternal birthplace that can allow us to do that. And we do have some additional information that would allow us to disaggregate. And so, what we're trying to think about is, as a top level, what needs to be produced on a regular basis so that this can start to hopefully inform community investments. But there are certainly opportunities to dive in more deeply with a specific question or granular dive. And we welcome ideas for ways that could be done.
Thank you. And I know you have a lot of slides, but we're also trying to kind of meet a timeline. And so I want to leave some actually room for discussion of the commissioners' reactions and thoughts, and the opportunity to look at Strong Start, just kind of from you and Reagan. What is the state of affairs? What is this telling us, right? This is, when you know that we want to do targeted universalism, that we have a strong interest in equity, what does this tell us?
Yeah, perfect. Reagan, do you want to just skip ahead to the how it's been used, and then maybe we'll these slides will be available. We can just open it up for discussion.
Absolutely. So if you could.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Simon, let's see.
So keep going.
Keep going, yeah.
And.
Keep going.
Yep. And there you go. Yep. Perfect. Would you like me to provide kind of an overview of the use cases, or should we just open it up now?
Reagan, if you could just give a quick overview of some of the ways it's been used, and then we'll just open it up so that we can have questions and discuss.
Absolutely. So, public agencies, executive offices, First Five commissions have used the Strong Start Index as a community needs assessment, and one that doesn't have to be completed at the expense of each individual community commission or public agency. So ultimately, they found it helpful in bringing to light the disparities by geography, race, ethnicity, and also to, like I mentioned, in helping to identify areas that, given finite resources, should be highest priority for investment. It's also been used to develop budgets for policy advocacy and planning. So it's been used to more efficiently and accurately estimate the, let's say, number of slots needed for a universal but targeted home visiting program. So if we wanted to, we were trying to answer the question of how many slots would be needed overall, and how many might be needed per model if we were going to align family needs and programs, and where, like in which communities, those slots might need to be placed. Just additionally, it's also been used to identify resilient communities. So specifically in partnership with First Five Orange County, we completed some exploratory work to identify communities that were actually faring better on the Early Development Index, so the EDI, than would have been predicted if we were going to look at Strong Start scores. So of course, that doesn't tell you exactly what's happening in those communities that could be buffering risk or supporting resilience, but it does give you a place to focus, to dive in, to start asking questions. There's just a few others that I could talk about, but I think those are the three main takeaways.
Perfect. Thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
And just to elaborate on the home visiting, right? So there's this question of if we're trying to make sure that we have enough slots available for children who might benefit the most, or families who might benefit the most from home visiting in different communities, if we were to set a threshold based on these data, how many slots would we need to invest in? And of course, that's not going to be equal across all communities. So those are some of the discussions that we've been a part of. But that is the Strong Start Index, and happy to answer questions or listen to ideas that surface.
Thank you so much. Children's Data Network has come a long way. I remember when I think this was a glimmer in your eye a few years ago. So thank you so much. This is really important work. The question I have, I'm going to always talk about the leveraging. I know that you've also worked with Health and Human Services Agency, right, on the ESIDS work that they have done and other data systems they've done. So can you help us? Because I feel like data is now getting its due, attention that it should get. But I just want to be mindful, like all these different buckets, how are they connected to each other or not connected to each other, and how you see this helping tell the story at the very get-go, and what these other state data systems are doing in addition to that.
Yeah, sure. So some of the other work that we've done with Undersecretary Marco and others has been to set up something we're calling a record reconciliation, where you saw that initial vision of birth, childcare, Medicaid. So we've been partnering with Health and Human Services to develop a process for systematically linking that. That's not specific to children 0 to 5. It's not specific to children. It's really just providing technical assistance to HHS as they try to bring together their varied data sources in ways that can be used. With the Strong Start Index, it actually emerges from some research that we had done, where we again realized that there was a whole lot that we could tell about children very early on in life, and yet most of the kind of the rich school data, et cetera, that starts 5 and up. So it was actually motivated by conversations with the first 5s who were looking for a source of data that could be used to better characterize the population before involvement with all those other systems begins. And that's where we really kind of landed on the vital birth records. I do think there are opportunities to think about overlaying and integrating other data. We wanted to start with something that was really, really simple and that we thought could be sustained without consideration as to whether those other data sources would be available. And that's where we ended up.
Thank you. You just said that the work you're doing with HHS, and I don't want to put Marco on the spot, or maybe it's a follow-up question, is not 0 to 5, but my understanding is Department of Social Services has also been doing its own like data lifting up and creating brighter beginnings, at least more in the childcare space. They have child welfare data as well. I just think it's really important to understand this universe and really give the nod that what you've done with the vital records is an important baseline. But of course, my question is, and what else is the state doing specifically to 0 to 5? So you mentioned that HHS work isn't 0 to 5, but I do believe there was other monies going into 0 to 5 specific data.
It looks like Marco's hand is up. So
I'm gonna pause because I think that, as you all know, I am playing general counsel right now. The chat is a Bagley King public, so we're going to show it. So it's
great
screen shared with folks. So as commissioners and others are talking in the chat, just wanted to let you know that we're about to do that right now. Just project it.
Absolutely great.
So, because I know there was
And
questions.
Their
about
smiley
seeing that.
face will show. It's okay.
Was Marco on the chat or on the?
Either or,
Commissioner
so, yeah.
Middick.
And so we'll
So first, Emily and Reagan are my sheroes. They are 2 incredible researchers and data wonks, and I'm so thrilled that they were able to present. So Emily and Reagan, it's wonderful to see both of you again. I think to the Chairperson Perez's comment, so one of the things that we're really trying to lean in on, and we established the Center for Data Insights and Innovation, is to really think about how we bring together the complement of data sources that we have within our agency. So whether it's Medicaid or CalWORKS or CalFresh or WIC, really thinking about this much holistically to understand the needs of the people we're trying to serve. And the premise here is, how do we not serve people and individuals based on kind of the bureaucratic structures of government, the silos, but how do we actually serve them based on their holistic needs? And so I think one of the things, Emily, one of the follow-up questions that I have, and part of the reason why I reached out to you this morning to have a conversation, is to really think about how do we leverage this index that you made to really build on or complement on top of what we did with regards to the data reconciliation work, so that we can not only dig into the broader work that we're doing related to our data reconciliation, but really look at this from a perspective of 0 to 5. And what does that look like for kind of our youngest children? The secretary is particularly interested in this notion of whole child and looking at whole child kind of in a much more holistic way. So yes, we've made a lot of investments, as Janina said, around early childhood education, et cetera. But how are we thinking about our Medicaid work in that same way? How are we thinking about our social services way in that same way? So I'd love to kind of dig in deeper around how we connect the dots around these different pieces. The one thing I will just say is that during the COVID-19 pandemic, and why I think, Emily and Reagan, your work is so important here. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we used the Healthy Places Index and quartiles 1 and 2 in particular within that from an equity perspective to develop an equity metric that we use then to really guide our investments and resource allocations to disrupt the disparities that we saw with COVID. So when we looked at vaccine distribution, when we looked at testing distribution, when we looked at treatment distribution, we really anchored it in the Healthy Places Index and quartiles 1 and 2, because that's where we saw a disproportionate number of the virus. And so this, I think, lends itself nicely to kind of think about what does the equity measure look like for our investment in the continuum of children's pieces, not just from the part of First Five Commission, but also looking at the administration more holistically. And I'd love to be able to kind of unpack and think about what we do in that space as well.
The perfect tee up for something that's later on a future proposal item.
Thank you, Commissioner Mijic. I really just reiterating again how grateful that you are here and how much I've heard you say you're willing to step up and roll your sleeves. I don't want to put staff on the spot either, but I do think you're having conversations with Emily's shop too, like how do we get First Five staff to learn and to like soak in that knowledge too, so that you're not having to repeat these lessons over and over to us. So I think it's just something to think about process-wise. How are we really leveraging all that the new commissioner can offer us? Thank you. Anyone else?
I have two questions and one consideration. The two questions are, one, how do we overlap, and maybe this is what you guys are talking about, I was too busy doing my own research while you were talking, based on your research. This is just something that's coming up in every platform that I'm in. How do we overlap the different indices, right? So one that I'm working on a lot right now in LA County is the State Vulnerability and Recovery Index. I mean, that is like everything that's guiding the provider stipends and all these other things. It's great, but it's not perfect, right? But it is going down into, and in LA, and I don't know about other areas as much, but in LA, it's not about the zip code. It's about the neighborhood and the block and sometimes the street. But how are we overlapping those different sort of data tools to inform decisions? So that's kind of just one question. The second is, when I look at this one page, which is just really, I get stuck on things. That's why you don't hand things out to students while you're talking, because I'm looking at this California by race and ethnicity. And of course, as I look at the birth rates for 2019 and I look at African Americans, and I know that African American babies are dying at a higher rate than any other race. My question one was, I know it seems like a weird question, but is this births that actually live past 2 weeks, or is this just births? Because that number could be very different, and just curious. But there are very points of impact for every race and every group, right? And so as we think about what impact we might have on different populations, where is that targeted point of impact the best? And it may be different. And I think that's where our strength and our steadfastness in equity is going to be really important, because we're going to have people argue, well, that's not equal. And it's not equal because we need different things for different people. And the consideration piece, oh shoot, I know I should have written it down, is where are we, again, leveraging, right? And so when I think, and I try to be very nimble when I look at, I'm the EC girl in the house right now that Commissioner Perez is here. I got an EC person, but health and whole child is really important to all of us. But when we think about, we can't do everything, and this is just the consideration piece. I'm just unloading bombs here. But as we think about the consideration piece, what piece should we be taking on? Because where I could just say there are not a whole lot of ECE infrastructures out there that are going to take pieces we leave behind, right? Are there more in terms of the wellness or health things? Are there other? And so just thinking about who are those other major players and partners as we sort of define those areas of focus and greatest penetration for us. That was just a lot. There we go.
So I'm happy to take a first pass. I wrote down those questions. So first on the geography piece, I think you're absolutely right. None of these indices are perfect or going to tell us everything we need to know. One of the questions we got was, why didn't we kind of hard code geography into the actual asset score? And we said, no, because the goal is that these can be overlaid with other indices. So you can see where there is kind of alignment and where there may be discrepancies, because what we're picking up in the birth record for very, very young children might look quite different than another measure of equity that perhaps is at more of the adult level. And so one of the things we've continued to try to do is to talk with stakeholders and better understand what level of geographic disaggregation would be most helpful so that we can make these data available to others who are also creating indices, so that the community can kind of view investments through different lenses, with this being focused very, very closely on births. As to your question about kind of infant mortality, these are infants who are born. It does not tell us whether they lived past 2 weeks or 2 months. We have had some conversations with the California Department of Public Health about some of their infant mortality prevention efforts and ways that this could be used. One of the things we've done to validate this particular index has been to link it to death records through the age of 5 to kind of confirm that yes, children who are born with more assets in fact do have significantly lower rates of not just infant but also early childhood mortality. So we've done some of that work, but I think there's more work to be done. And then you had kind of just mentioned not leaving kind of ECE or anything behind, and important points of intervention, which I again agree with completely. I think the question is just, is this and our other tools useful to thinking about if we can't be all things to all communities and groups? How do we become that much more targeted with that equity lens in place in figuring out those really critical points of intervention?
Emily, could you also share that data that you talked about child mortality? Because I think what Commissioner Majors made a really great point. We need to see they're born and what happens, yes, up to age 5, especially now that we've just heard nationally that guns now are the #1, cause of death for children 1 and above compared to accidents. My sense is in California, given where we are, I think accidents still are. So it would be great to have that kind of contextual data.
Absolutely. And the one thing to mention is we're kind of updating it now with the 2020 data. So they'll hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll have kind of updated information, but that is an area that we're looking at. And I think it's a great place.
To your list.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at time perfectly. And so August 2022 is when you're releasing the new data?
That is the plan.
We're happy to
All right.
review any data.
Yes, we are an inform and insight. So thank you. You're gonna be sticking around. Okay, for a bit. I am going to invite Brad Williams up to talk about our first 5 California revenue outlook. Kind of the reality of that. I believe that he's in the waiting room. You wanna connect to his slides, Simon? You can also just use the button on your computer instead of the.
I just want to make sure it worked out, and it does.
Great.
Hi, Brad. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me this morning. So do I just say next slide? Is that the way it works?
Old school way, yes, because you don't have.
Okay, the good old way. That's what I remember. Thank you for having me on. This is my May revision update of these revenue projections. You actually asked me to look at two issues, I think, that are considerable importance in thinking about the revenue prospects over the next several years. One is the impact of the flavor ban that's going to be on the ballot in November. And the other is just what is the underlying trend, with or without the flavor ban in tobacco tax revenues. And as you all know, I think there was a considerable uncertainty about that second question when I took my first look at this in January, because we'd had a world where especially cigarette tobacco consumption had been declining steadily over the years. And then in 2021, nationally, smoking actually increased a tiny bit. In California, it did not increase, but the rate of decline diminished to less than 0.5 percentage point. So there was kind of a question of, is that a one-time effect of the pandemic, or was it the beginning of a longer-term trend? And there's been a lot of discussion in the national media about where we are. Well, flash forward to May and almost June. And I think that the question, or the second question, I think has been answered pretty convincingly. As you probably know, the monthly revenue collections from cigarette distributions have just fell dramatically, starting in really the fall of 2021 and continuing right through to April of this year, the most recent month for which we have data. So, I think just summarizing my updated report, we still think that the impact of the flavor ban will be a little bit less, or significantly less, than what the Department of Finance is assuming, what it assumed in January and continues to assume in the May revision. But the underlying trend in tobacco revenues is clearly down after that pause in 2021. So, I think when you look ahead 3 or 4 years, 5 years, clearly there are going to be a lot less revenues from tobacco revenues than we have today, that we've had over the last several years. This first chart is just the underlying trend, which I think we've all seen, of tobacco sales. This is per capita, or per adult consumption of cigarettes in California, and you can see the sharply declining trend. It's averaged about 5.2% a year. It was, started in 89, 90 at over 125. As of the end of 21, 22, we think it'll be less than 22 packs per year per adult in California. Again, 5.2% decline, reflecting the effects of, advertising bans, smoking bans in public places, restrictions on flavored tobacco, public messaging, a whole host of issues. But those account for probably about half of the decline. The other half is the effects of the various tobacco tax increases that we've seen since 1988. So I did sort of a little statistical analysis where I tried to separate out the various effects. And I think if you look at just the underlying trend absent the impacts of the tax increases, which is important for our kind of baseline going ahead, because if baseline assumes no more tax increases, we think that cigarette consumption will decline around 2.7% per year. If there are more tax increases, if there's a flavor, if the flavor ban's upheld, that decline will steepen, but that's sort of the underlying trend. Just the next slide, please. This just shows you what has happened over the last 2 or 3 years with respect to cigarette consumption or cigarette distributions. And if you look back, 18, 19, 19, 20, I think you're still getting sort of the residual effects of the last major tax increase, but 5.1% decline in 18, 19, 4.3% decline in 19, 20. Then you had this sort of deceleration and the rate of decline to less than or about 0.5% in 2021. And the question is at the beginning of a new kind of trend. And then you look at what's going on this year, and we made up for what happened in 2021 and then some. In fact, if you were to just look at 21, 22% declines, we're actually below the long-term trend. I think some of that can be explained by inventory changes that maybe wholesalers and retailers stocked up a little bit in 2021 in anticipation of these changing trends, and then when they didn't materialize, the actual distributions fell off very, very sharply in 21, 22. So that's kind of the recent story with respect to cigarettes. And if you could go to the next slide. I turn to other tobacco products, which is kind of going the other direction. You can see there that they have actually increased significantly over the last 2 decades. I think average annual increase is about 8.2% a year. And about half of that is the taxability of e-cigarettes starting in around 2015, 16. And the rest is just the sort of growth in a lot of non-cigarette types of products that we've seen over the years. So the next slide goes to my kind of assumptions behind the projections that I made. And I made 3 projections, a base and then a high and a low. And if we could just focus for a second on the left-hand column of this chart, which is the base assumptions, you can see there that the underlying trend, absent any further changes in tax policy, I think is down about 2.7% a year. Consumption of other tobacco products, I think, it's probably still going up at a diminished pace relative to what it's been, but about 3.6% a year. A key factor in determining how much the flavor ban will affect cigarette consumption is the percent of cigarette smokers smoking menthol cigarettes. And, I've seen a range of from 20 to 30%. I use 25% for the main estimate. And then in terms of what is the impact of the flavor ban that is, subject to referendum on the ballot in November, we think that the decline of smoking by menthol smokers will be about 30% relative to what the cigarette smoking rate will be for non-menthol smokers. That is less than the Department of Finance's estimate of about 50%. And let me just digress very quickly and talk about how we arrived at this somewhat lower percentage decline. It's based on what I think is probably the most comprehensive study of the impacts of a flavor ban, a menthol ban on smoking that has been done. And this study was done in 2020. It looked at the impacts of menthol smoking bans or flavor bans enacted in various provinces in Canada in the 2016-2017 period. And they basically found, they looked at sort of a panel of menthol smokers and non-menthol smokers before and after the bans. like 1 year before, 1 year after. And what they found is that a menthol smoker was about 30% less likely to still be smoking taxable cigarettes the year after the ban than a non-menthol smoker. Some of that doesn't mean that all of them stopped smoking. About half of them quit, at least had quit as of a year after the ban. The other half were either purchasing them from tribes legally. They were continuing to consume menthol cigarettes, or they just reported that they were still smoking and didn't really say where they got them. So 30% decline in taxable cigarettes is kind of our baseline assumption. And then we're assuming that, higher 50% reduction in sales of vaping products because of the fact that a lot of consumers of vaping products are younger and very much favor flavor products that would be banned. So those are kind of the key baseline assumptions. I basically, a little bit later, I'll show you what the impacts are of the alternatives, but what I looked at is sort of the statistical error margins around each one of these estimates, and in a couple of places just made sort of judgmental adjustments of what I thought were reasonable high or low end estimates. So if you could go to the next slide, I can show you what we came up with. Next slide, is it stuck? Yeah, so this is our kind of our forecast, and I sort of focus on the middle. Well, we can go through both. If the flavor ban.
Brad, do you mind if staff is saying that Commissioner Mijic had his hand up?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Brad, I just had a really quick two questions on if we could go back to the assumption slide. Does
Sure.
your model at any point assume a flattening of the decline in the assumption around the consumption of cigarettes? In other words, do you hit a plateau at any point in the out years as you forecast your scenarios?
The rate of that 2.7% is sort of an average rate of decline over the forecast period. It starts out a little bit steeper and it ends up a little bit shallower. I think, based on the assumption that as fewer and fewer smokers are still smoking, they're more hardcore and less likely to be impacted. The other thing that might be working a little bit, and this, I don't want to overstate it, but $2.87 5-6 years from now is less in real terms than it is today. And these excise taxes are not indexed for inflation. So when you look at the total price of a cigarette, it's going to probably go up with inflation and the tax is going to stay the same. So you get a little bit of a reversal of the impacts of the tax increases as we move ahead, and the sort of real effect of the tax diminishes a little bit. That was almost a non-existent issue up until recently when we're seeing higher inflation.
Yeah,
So,
I was curious whether or not inflation was accounted for, so this is helpful.
yeah, I think that this would probably be a little bit steeper decline, maybe closer to 3% if it wasn't for that.
The only other question is, as people move away, if the flavor ban does go into effect, and as you allude to, younger people moving away from menthol based and perhaps not using those, does your model assume people perhaps taking up other tobacco products as a result?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, there is a little bit of a crossover effect. I didn't see a huge, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about, sort of gateway effect. And so I think that 3% increase in other tobacco products is a pretty big increase over time. And I think part of that is the notion that, there may be a little bit of switching.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but
No.
very, very helpful.
Happy to respond as we go along. So if we could move ahead, yeah.
No, it's from the public.
Can you just still pop it up, just so we in the room see? the conversation. Thank you. Sorry, Brad. Continue.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'm just moving the,
Still in the room.
I'd like to see the slide. Okay, so under this, our basic forecast is, if you include the net of backfills, both the backfills in from the tax increase that occurred in 2015 and the backfills out from the Families First, Children and Families First Trust Fund to the other funds. In 21-22, the total revenue is going to be about 395 million. This does not include the fund's share of the newly enacted, tax on supplemental tax on e-cigarettes, which is probably in the range of $3.5 to $4 million, not included on this chart or table. So declining from 395 in 21-22 to by mid-decade, 369 million by 25-26 and 345 by the end of the decade. If the flavor ban takes effect, you can see that 395 drops to about 329 by mid-decade and 305 million by the end of the decade. So, fairly significant decline, about a quarter, 25% over the course of the decade. The bottom line is just panel is the difference between the without ban and with ban scenarios. And once you get to a full year effect, it's about $40 million a year. And I guess at the end grows a little bit to 41 million. So that's our estimate of the impact of the flavor ban. And as I had indicated, the Department of Finance's number is significantly higher than that, a good third higher than what we have. If you could go to the next slide, talk about, I was able to get from the Department of Finance their specific estimates. Of course, it was in the budget, but of their estimates for 21-22 and 22-23, as you know, their estimates do assume that the flavor ban will be upheld. And so the 22-23 numbers for both of us in this scenario, or in this comparison, assume that the flavor ban becomes effective in December of this year. So based on recent trends, we actually are a tiny bit below the Department of Finance in the current year. We have, our 300. Oh, and by the way, these numbers are before the backfills because the Department of Finance did not have all the backfill estimates consistent with their May revision. So I'm just showing this without the backfills, but the differences should be roughly the same. So 310 for us versus 313 for the Department of Finance in the 21-22 fiscal year. Again, I think I don't know if we had an extra month's worth of negative or declining tobacco cigarette distributions data. I don't know if that's exactly what it accounted for, but I think based on current trends, we're a little bit below the Department of Finance in the current year, but in the budget year, we're above them by about 16 million. We have 293 million. This again is before the backfills versus their 277 million. And I think if you were to go ahead to 23-24, the differences would be magnified primarily because you then have the full year effects of the backfills, which are largely responsible, I think, for these revenue differences. We go to the next slide. This last slide gets to the question of what would those alternative assumptions that I had showed you earlier, we focused on the base, but again, I had made sort of alternative assumptions about the sort of based on sort of the statistical error margins around some of the statistical estimates, like the 2.7% decline in the underlying trend in cigarettes sales, as well as differing assumptions about the impact of the flavor ban consumption. And so you can see here, the base number 395 going down to 305. At the high end, it could be as high at the end of the decade as 350 million. But at the low end, and I think I would focus on the low end here, given the recent trends, which have been very much heading down. The low end, it could be as low as 200. Well, I have a precise number here, 257 million by the end of the decade. And again, I think the big concern I have at this point is that we've had 2 or 3 years of fairly, and it's not a concern, it's only a concern from your budgeting standpoint. It's obviously very positive from the standpoint of public health and cigarette smoking and all that. But in terms of looking at the revenues, we've seen some fairly steep declines, a pause in 2021, and then a resumption in 2022. And so if the underlying decline is more like 3.5 instead of 2.7, you get down fairly quickly to roughly $250 million by the end of the decade. So kind of summarizing all this, we see less of an impact associated with the flavor ban than the administration. But having said that, we are very much cognizant of an underlying trend that's, if anything, right now looks like it's steepening. So I think any way you look at it, you're going to be seeing less revenues over the next 3, 5, 8 years, significantly less over time. So that's my kind of comments. I'd be happy to respond to any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Brad. Staff thought it was really important to understand what is, kind of ahead of us in terms of revenue. And we're going to hand it over to Marsha Thomas in a bit to dig deeper into what does that mean for us now. But before we hand it over to Marsha, do we have any thoughts, questions, additional questions from folks in the virtual space about the impact of the flavor ban and declining? I also would be remiss if I did not thank the First Five Association for helping us kind of collaborate with Brad on this, on these projections. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the association for their collaborative support and Brad's projections too. If any of you have worked with Brad in a long time, I would say he is one of the best forecasters that I have ever had the opportunity to work with. So thank you, Brad.
Yeah, quite welcome.
No question other than in a decade, we're about $100 million kind of declining revenue, right? At least.
Yeah, to the baseline, almost 90,
Just one quick question. So I think you outlined kind of your assumptions that went into your projections. Why the big difference between yours and I think you said the Department of Finance? Do you know what assumptions they were using to base their projections on?
Well, I have some detail through the budget year through 22-23, and then I have sort of general comments about the years beyond the budget year. I think the biggest difference through the budget year, and I would suspect that the differences that I identify for the budget year, all expand as you go out. They had indicated that, again, menthol smokers consumption would fall by 1/2 versus our assumption that menthol smokers consumption would fall by 30% relative to the pre-flavor ban trend. And so that I think accounts for about 15 or so million in the budget year, and that's a half-year effect. And so when you multiply that by 2, it's close to 30 million a year, just related to the ongoing effects of the flavor ban. The other piece is the out-year underlying trend in cigarette sales. I'm pretty close to them, I think. They didn't describe their forecast precisely to me. I did not get out your numbers from them, but they said about 3% decline in cigarette per capita, per adult, cigarette consumption. That's a little bit steeper decline than I have in the base forecast, but not dramatically. I didn't get any information from them on other tobacco products. It's conceivable if you have information from them about other out year revenues being lower. We both saw a big slowdown in other tobacco product sales in 2020. I'm sorry, 21, 22, the year we're in. They may have extrapolated that decline rate and have a smaller increases over time than I do. But I'm speculating on that. I did not get out your numbers from them on other tobacco revenues. So again, just very quickly, bigger effect from the flavor ban, modest difference in underlying growth rates in the out years for cigarette distributions, and possibly, and I am speculating on this last one, but possibly steeper or less growth in the other tobacco product category over time.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. I did have a question about not cigarette related, but just to marijuana. I don't know if you track that at all, but is it the similar trend? Or I just know that previously the administration, there is an excise tax on legal marijuana products as well. And so I'm just wondering if there's some trending in the exact same ways. I know there's hard to collect those taxes as well, but just wondering if that's if you've looked at all to how that is.
I apologize. I have not looked at marijuana revenue trends. I've had conversations with people about the subject. I was involved back when the various initiatives were on the ballot. And I do know that, the overall revenues from marijuana, fallen well below, or at least haven't ramped up as quickly as I think was anticipated when the initiatives were enacted. But I have not been following current trends in marijuana tax revenues.
Okay, thank you. I just flagged too, because some of those taxes go for childcare funding as well. And so I think because that's something that First Five is interested in as well, just wondering about that.
Yeah, no, I apologize. The scope of this was just the tobacco revenues, and unfortunately, I haven't really spent some of the other.
I saw that, so thank you for that, Commissioner Major.
I think my question was somewhat similar, which was, is there any opportunity for additional revenue? I know there was the main focus back when this was first established on tobacco and decreasing the usage, and it worked. But are there, like marijuana, are there any other potential revenue streams for our work?
I think that as we were talking to Brad and kind of in collaboration with the association, that is a part 2 of the research of where are we, what does it look like? And Brad's a revenue tax expert, right? Decades of work. So that is part 2 of the work. And if the commission is interested in engaging him in that, we know that it's actually part of the policy platform to look at our revenue sources. And so that work wasn't done for this purpose, but there's an intention to figure that out.
And just a quick question of curiosity, just to demystify this thought that I got or heard from somewhere. Did smoking increase during COVID?
Nationally, it went up 1% or 2 nationally. In California, you could find a few months where it actually increased from the same month of the prior year. But on a overall, either calendar year 2020 or fiscal year 2021, it actually went down by about 0.5%. That 0.5% decline is a big, big break from what had been going on in California. If you go back to that slide in the middle, it had been like 3 or 4 or 5% in the previous 2 or 3 years. It never went down in California, but the rate of decline, I'm sorry, it never went up in California, but the rate of decline subsided dramatically in 2021. And then the question for all of us was that the beginning of something new, or was it a one-time change associated with the pandemic itself? And it looks like in California, it was one time. I mean, given that the distributions have fallen off so dramatically this fiscal year.
Yeah, I was just curious because, all other bad habits went up during COVID, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody was stressed, obesity and everything else. I was just curious.
Thank you so much, Brad. This is really, really something.
Sure. Happy to.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, well, thanks.
And as you, Brad, you hear more to come, possibly.
Okay, I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Goodbye for now. Bye.
Bye. We're gonna move on, hand it over to Marsha Thomas, but also as a process check, we are running 14 minutes over. And we
That's
had
it?
20 minutes, we had 20 minutes allotted. So Chairperson is like, why are you cutting off Brad? Because we're over. So, but in any case, bridge to cuts discussion, really important to understand that the revenue trends and the conversation. One time's coming, we'll ask whether or not you want that to delay the timing till later or have a.
I would ask what the will of the group is in terms of how you would want to move forward. So check in in a few minutes.
In a few minutes. All right, Marsha. You're on deck.
All right. All right, I'll just start going into this revenue distribution by account. So pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 130105, the California Children and Families Trust Fund was created in the state treasury and consists of monies collected pursuant to taxes imposed by the Revenue and Taxation Code. The money is allocated and appropriated from the California Children and Families Trust Fund, with 80% allocated to the county commissions and 20% allocated to the state commission. This is showing you the statutory distribution per account that the state administers. The related accounts are their gap basis. So this means that revenue is coming from specific sources. Let me just back up a little. I skipped a little part. It's actually the governmental special revenue funds. That's the classification of the account. So that's just meaning that the revenue is coming from specific revenue sources. And in this case, it's coming from tobacco products, the taxes imposed on tobacco products, and legally restricted to expenditures for specified purposes. So in the following slides, we're going to go over each of the state commission's accounts, the purpose, and then the fund balances. So the first one up is media. 6% is deposited into mass media for expenditures for communications in the general public utilizing television, radio, newspapers, and other mass media. I'm going to quickly go over each one of the bars. So I'll start with the yellow, which is the total year carryover. This is anything unexpended or unobligated. It's from the prior fiscal year moving forward. It's rolled into the next fiscal year. The carryover can be used in current budget period or when planning future obligations. All of the state commission's accounts are continuously appropriated for revenue and taxation code, which means that money not expended at the end of the fiscal year is rolled forward to the new fiscal year. The carryover is identified on the chart in yellow. State policy prohibits the encumbrance of funds using revenue that has not been received. And the accounts the state commission administers, obligations made or encumbered using prior year carryover. The total revenue is green. The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration collects the tobacco tax revenue, and after making adjustments for backfill to Prop 99, the breast cancer fund, their statewide assessments, and then the administrative costs, the revenue is then transferred to the designated state commission and county commission funds. The revenue fluctuates each month, and the full fiscal year revenue amount is not recognized until August or September of the following fiscal year. The accounts are interest-bearing accounts. The fund and related accounts participate in the state of California's pooled money investment program, whereby cash on deposit in the state treasury determined to be in excess of current needs is transferred into the surplus money investment fund for investment purposes. All earnings are apportioned to contributing accounts as provided by government code. All interest projected to be earned are captured in the revenue projections. Moving on to the current expenditures, which is the black line. This line captures everything the commission has committed to. This can be signed contracts, purchase orders, salaries and benefits, and so forth. For the state commission to encumber funds, to set aside money for current obligations or commitments, there must be either a sufficient carryover balance to cover the costs, or the projected revenue must ensure sufficient cash in fiscal year to cover the fiscal year's obligation. The expenditures captured on the charts, as well as on the financial plan and the fund condition summary, are consistent with the directives of the commission, the executive director, and the bylaws for the California Children and Families Commission. You'll see a dip in the line, and that's just basically because some of our programs are sunsetting. So the blue line is going to be the future investments, which we'll talk about later this afternoon. I don't remember what the handout is off the top of my head. Yeah, the attachment was, I think it's attachment D, which will break out the actual investments. So the 15% reserve is highlighted in red at the top. The state commission began experiencing the potential impacts of the declining revenues. And so historically, we've done the 15% reserve. Staff were projecting to utilize current year revenue to meet current year obligations. As a result, it was decided to implement a reserve policy to ensure that there would be sufficient cash to meet obligations. This is a practice we have continued in our projections to date. The reserve is calculated by retaining 50% of the total Proposition 10 revenue that we projected to receive in that fiscal year. This reserve amount is released at the end of each fiscal year and does not accumulate or carry forward to the next fiscal year. And then the net after reserve, that's basically the balance at the end of the fiscal year. It does not match the total prior carryover in the next following fiscal year. So if you try to match it up to the next beginning balance or the total year carryover, it's different. And that's because of the 15% being released at the end of the fiscal year. Yeah, we can go to the education.
So a lot of the next few slides will look similar. Are there any questions about the visualization of the data?
No, I just, Marsha, a quick question. You said the, never mind, I answered my question.
Well, that was easy, thank you.
Is it something that would benefit the other commissioners though, maybe? Okay. All right, any questions about the visualizations that will look fairly similar in each fund account? Oh, yes, there's a hand. Oh, sorry. Vice Chair Hazen, you're small on our screen, so I apologize for calling.
I literally just raised my hand about 2 seconds ago, so you didn't miss anything. I just want to make sure, I'm just thinking about for new commissioners for whom this is a lot, or maybe a lot to digest. I just want to make sure that that 15%, and I know it was just explained, but that it's clear, right? What I heard said, right, that this was staff implemented, right? A decision was made, but not something we are mandated to do. And I bring that up because that's been part of really ongoing conversations, discussions over the last few years. So just wanted to flag that and maybe ask for additional clarification if anybody needs it.
So Chair Hazen, Commissioner, I was going to ask Commissioner Munger was the, sorry.
Can I ask,
Yes.
this is a good time to ask a
Thank
question?
you, Commissioner
Okay.
Munger.
My question is about the total prior year carry, which is of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Munger. I thought you were going to help answer the question about the 15%. So can just
Oh, I'm
put it on
sorry.
pause? No, my apologies. So to Shayna's point, I don't know if there's any more discussion about the 15% for context?
Yeah, so my understanding is 2011.
About 11, 12, yeah.
About 2011, 2012, when there was a recognition that we had to address declining revenue, that it was staff, it was not staff applied, it was actually a discussion with my understanding with the commission.
Yes.
too. So that's why I'm looking at Commissioner
Yes,
Munger.
yes, no,
Commissioner Munger.
I can support Commissioner Hayes' recollection on this and yours as well.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not required, it's just something we do.
Yeah. Something we had done for
Since
2011, 2012. Yeah. So
About, yeah.
yes,
Which
so
is
it is.
prudent, in my opinion.
Vice Chair Hazen, yes.
So I think just with that in mind, right, it's not something to answer right this moment, but for us to keep in mind, is 15% too much, too little, in all of those things? So just to remind everybody, but we don't have to do 15%.
Really great point. Thank you, Vice Chair Hazen, for that. Appreciate that. Commissioner Munger?
The question?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Okay, so the carryover, the total prior year carryover, which is shown for each of these years. Does that take into account what is going to be spent? That is to say, what you're carrying over depends on what you've spent the last year, right? Okay, so then we have a carryover that depends on what is being spent. That white blob is a big amount of carryover that we have that we're not spending. Those are the so-called reserves. The reason we talk about the 15% reserve is that it can confuse people because it sounds like we only have a 15% reserve, but we actually have these huge carryovers. And we have called them in the past reserves, but we're starting to call them carryovers because of this little 50% reserve that we have. The big action, of course, is in the carryover. The question I have is this dotted line in calculating the carryover on these charts. Was it assumed that the dotted line will be followed?
It is the proposal.
Those are
It's the
proposed.
proposal.
Yes, but obviously you had to make an assumption to calculate how much carryover you were gonna get. And the question is, did you assume that you're gonna spend all that money in order to get to those carryovers?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that even if you do everything that you propose, you're gonna end up with the amount of white carryover that you got on these charts.
Or the yellow.
Yeah, no, it's white on white, I'm sorry. I can't see that, I can't see that, so I'm working with what I have here, which I could, I'm on the color. So there you go, sorry, but yes. I just want everybody to understand that.
Yes.
That these charts show a lot of carryover, even after the staff proposals for rather large expenditure. That's important to know.
Correct.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Correct. And mind you, at the beginning, this is the first time we've ever opened up the cupboards and shown our data. And so I think that's a really, thank you for staff. I know there was a little bit of concern about opening up the bank account, if you will, but I think again, in the area of transparency, it's important.
I just want to ask a question that's probably basic, but I want to make sure I'm interpreting the data correctly. So on the childcare slide, for 23-24, we would have spent 0. However, for today's discussion, we're gonna learn about our proposed roughly $12 million investment.
Where's 23,
Correct.
24, 0? I see
Yeah.
22,
Okay,
20.
good. All right, great. You understand. Thank you.
I don't understand.
Slide
now that you just said
39.
that. Yeah, I'm on there.
So the black line, ordinarily, it would have been a $0 investment in childcare. However, today's discussion will entertain a $12 million.
As a point of clarification, not ordinary, we don't do anything without the permission of the commission. So that's why we don't, that's a dotted, the dotted is maybe. So, and the commission could choose not to
Right,
fund
those
these
are
things.
proposed.
Right, those are proposed. So if we fund nothing in the future months, then we will not spend anything.
Right, and you see that line being so
Oh, I
low
got
because
it.
we have program
I got it. So it could have been a
So-
flat line.
Correct.
Right? Okay, I got it.
Correct.
Sorry. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
That
That's
is
helpful. Super helpful. Thank you.
So, and the dotted line could change with discussion today if the commission says, oh, we have a lot of white, a lot of yellow, like, we should,
Maybe we should use first top line, or like, I'm getting confused when you're saying colors and not
Oh.
saying white, big white blobs, so I'm not
Yes.
sure.
So
You
there,
want to say it for everyone in different ways so they are following.
yes, so there is the dotted line, which is the proposed to actually spend down or spend the revenue that we are obligated to spend every single week. Right, so there are 3 bars. The very top is again, the entirety of the bar graph is is the money in the bank. They mean different things. The green is just our continuous appropriation, which is different from every other state agency. We just get money every month. We are beginning to have an annualized budget discussion, similar to align our budgeting, similar to other commissions and agencies. So this is why this is the first time, really significant and good to actually kick the tires and have this whole discussion, because our appropriation is not dependent on the legislature or the governor. It's dependent on the smokers. That's why it was really important for us to understand the smoking trend and the impact of the ban. Because most state agencies, we get them twice a year, those appropriations twice a year. We get money every single month. Which, again, so thanks to Jamie, Marcia, and team, we are beginning to have annualized budget forecasting and planning. If that's helpful to understand, yeah.
Yeah, just one clarification, if I might. We aren't required to spend money every year.
Correct.
Which is how it comes about that we have piled up these carryovers. And interestingly, what I had forgotten, because I've been on the fiscal advisory committee for a long time, but I had forgotten this little wrinkle, that if you don't spend it in the year that it's there, it carries over, but not necessarily in the account it came from.
In the account, it does come.
Yeah.
And what is the rule about the unallocated?
We're gonna get to it.
So if we can, Marcia has that. I also want to do a time check. I'm assuming we're gonna probably pull vote to the commission, have it too much. And so, but we will address the unallocated in a second. There's a couple of slides to that effect. Are there any questions about what this means, the bar graphs?
So the carryovers are held in the account that it came from.
Yeah,
That is to say, you underspend in childcare, then you have a big carryover in childcare. You understand? Yeah. Okay.
But there is, and you have teed us up perfectly for there's this other line item that we keep on seeing, the unallocated. What does that mean? So we will address that in a second. Okay, any other questions about the visualization so that we can digest where our revenues and expenditures are?
I just want to say something about the visualizations. The visualizations came to us from Glenn Britzker's shop when we did our original budget retreat. And it's just been, you have not experienced the commission before we've had it. It was such a great breakthrough that he had on this to help us understand it. And I just wanted some Glenn's work and that we have our continuing to use it is great. So Jackie, I really appreciate your continuing.
And I'll learn to grow a beard.
I do want to clarify, I was told this was the first budget meeting, so I was all excited about that, so just
So
to
like the
clarify.
first budget,
Public.
but yeah, budget. Well, I think it's been public, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure what the difference
There
is.
has
between
been
the previous.
historical level setting of what our budgets mean, but we haven't dug into real delta, real delta.
Got it, thank you for that
In this very
clarification.
specific way.
Well, wait, just so we understand. Glenn came in and paid a full, it was a day that we had, it was a thing. And I think what Jackie is reflecting is that we were trying to get a bead on what our actual financial situation was and how to think about it and look at it, visualization. Rather than talking about what we were gonna do with it. And that's the thing that's different. We have not had this kind of, but we did have another budget review just to set the stage for exactly what we're doing today. Which
And we
is
had
we
new
always
commissioners.
wanted to get to, but it took 2 steps.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, building on past work. Any other questions about the visualizations? And I'm sure there will be lots of aha
Can we
moments.
do it at that time check, but like you just said, because we're at 12:30, we're ending at 3.
We're ending at 3. We had originally thought that we would do a 20-minute lunch break at 12:40. And this and the following presentation was supposed to end at
12:30.
And we have not yet had full discussion of that. I'm sure very interesting slides ahead of us.
Yeah, to me, this is like the heart of the conversation. So is the will of the group to work through lunch?
Maybe we just take a 5-minute bio break between.
Or also, I mean, as I'm trying to
Or just
model,
go.
I stand up when I need to stand up too and go to the bathroom. So I hope we all feel comfortable in doing that as well.
So
So,
we do a 5-minute break, get food.
and then sit back down. 5 minutes now.
It's up to the will of the commission.
So we're taking a quick 5-minute break. I hope
I will
everyone.
just say, I hope lunch is completely ready. I'm not sure that it is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that everything is out. I know, because she was planning for 12:40.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I'm just not sure.
Yeah, yeah. No worries whatsoever.
And- Oh, can we have 10 minutes?
I suppose, yes, Vice Chair Hazen,
For
absolutely.
those of us who don't have food in the room right now.
10 minutes.
We would send food virtually.
And I'm looking for my delivery.
Thank you, everyone. 10-minute break right now.
Are folks in the virtual space back?
I think.
When you're back, if you wouldn't mind turning on your video so we know that you're back would be great.
Okay, first five, I was like, what's our name again? First family, I was like, first five family, first five family. Let's gather around campfire and get ready to begin our budget retreat camp, it feels like. I want to just give a very heartfelt gratitude to Commissioner Jackie Majors and her staff for all that they've done to host us, and so kind and generous. I'm very thoughtful. Your staff were like, is everything okay? Are you guys good? So just thank you, Jackie, for that hospitality. Thank you. And the chicken wings are pretty good, in case anyone was wondering. Okay. With that, there's also a process question I wanted to bring to the commissioners, both online as well as in person. We are having such a rich discussion, and so Jackie, now I'm like Jackie Wong, Jackie Wong and staff have come up with a great suggestion. I think that we should consider is let's keep going on the budget discussion, the history of the budget, learning from previous commissioners who've had, that knowledge to share with us newbies. And let's tee up for another meeting, the proposed investments, so that we now have the next 2 hours to really dive into budget, where we've been, and then discuss our own, thoughts as a reaction to it, and push over until the next time the proposed investment discussion. I want to thank staff though for all the work that they've done to do this. I was worried, I was like, are they going to feel like, wait a minute, we spent all this time putting these things together. What are you talking about? You're not going to talk about it. But I was told that they're okay with that. So I want to just make sure that they know we're appreciative, and okay, great. I'm seeing that as well. But I wanted to just do a gut check with all of the commissioners to see if that works, or if there's a hybrid to that, or what is the will. Any discussion? Commissioner Majors?
I just have a question. I think that's fine. Is there any budget decisions that are on a short term in terms of us being able to schedule another piece? Is there anything?
I know that the biggest challenge is schedules, but if it doesn't work, we do have July 28th. It'll just be it'll be a longer meeting. That's already on people's books.
So it's not by the fiscal year that we have to have these conversations.
Well, that was our intention. So we've never done a fiscal year. So there's nothing, this is why, so that's part of the learning, right? We've never done a fiscal year. That is part of the learning, right? Like, this is why it's the first time that we were trying to do July 1, but the truth is it's iterative. Yeah, it's an iterative process. But if you want to try to do a July 1st kind of approval investment, then we could try to, there are vacations and other things in June. We could try to find a time for us all to meet again in June, if that's the will of the commission. But I also propose that we already have a July 28th commission meeting.
I think we'll learn more about in the historical look back too, like just to confirm what is coming up, how quickly are those decisions coming up. I think I saw in some of the background documents, things were expiring in September of 22. I don't know if that was the first one, but it'd be helpful to know what are the first things that are expiring that you want us to consider. And if there is nothing that's an immediate, I think I don't want staff to have another meeting if they don't, if they don't need to. So I personally feel fine, but I want to make sure, Vice Chair, how are you feeling about this? And Commissioner Minchuk has his hand up as well.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right way to move forward. Otherwise, we're trying to squeeze too much into too little time today.
Thank you, Shana. Marco?
And I'm sorry to ask this, I'm so used to the state budget process, which I know extremely well. This doesn't seem to align with anything state budget process. So
No, that is your aha moment, right?
I do just want to better understand, and maybe this is what you're going to get to. Do you have a continuous appropriation to be able to move the dollars from year to year? And does that appropriation, does your fund authority also have that level of appropriation based on your carryover?
Yes, that's the short answer. Yes, that's why it's been so fluid, and we're trying to create like guardrails for understanding for changing commissions over time. That's why we're trying to create an annualized budget that is aligned with the state. So this is why hence it's a virgin, kind of I was gonna say bon voyage, but virgin voyage for us to actually begin to have this conversation in this manner. So thank you for indulging us a little bit. And as I was talking to Chair Perez, understanding the history and really getting clear on these different lines revenue. Commissioner Mijic, we actually have monthly continuous appropriation, monthly, not annually, monthly. So it just comes to us month over month over month over month. So
This is great. I'm glad we're deciding. So what my sense from the commission is that we are good with tabling, pushing to the next meeting, July, into July, not needing to schedule a new meeting and not to add more work, but because the 22-23 state budget will be finished, knock on wood, the end of June, then we will be able to also look at, because that was one issue or one question I did have is, let's not just look at our wheelhouse, what are the state and other additional state agency investments and all of these issues, and we will then have 22-23 hopefully to also look at. So I think we're good.
Yes.
All right, let's keep moving forward on these amazing graphs.
with that, it allows us a little bit more time in each of the fund balances if there are questions. So we moved on to education, but I didn't know if there were questions about media. Turning over to Marcia.
Thank you, Marcia.
Okay. Okay, so yes, we're looking at education. I'm just gonna read the purpose. It's like Jackie had mentioned previously, it's the same format as media. So the purpose on this one is 5% shall be deposited in an education account for expenditures to ensure that children are ready to enter school and or programs relating to educational materials, professional and parental education and training and technical support for county commissions. Do you want me to just skip to the next slide after I read the purpose?
Yeah, or are there questions about education purpose?
So for childcare, 3% goes into childcare. It's for to ensure that children are ready to enter school and for programs relating to childcare, including but not limited to the education and training of childcare providers, the development of educational materials and guidelines for childcare workers. Yeah. And so the next one is research and development. 3% is deposited into this account for expenditures to ensure that children are ready to enter school and for research and development of best practices and standards for all programs and services relating to early childhood development. The next one is our unallocated account. 2% is deposited into this account for expenditure by the State Commission for any of the purposes of this act, except for the administrative functions of the State Commission.
I'm going to pause here, Commissioner Mungerhead. And perhaps explain a little bit about to the public and new commissioners and those who, like myself, who need a reminder. How do we get unallocated?
How do we get it?
Yeah, so
by statute, so 2% is deposited into that account from the Prop 10 funding for us to use for any purpose. Yeah, I'm gonna move us to slide 44 really quick.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So.
So all funds, sorry.
Yeah. So for this slide, it's kind of talking about the funds that are needed in each of the state administered accounts can be transferred to the unallocated account upon approval by the State Commission. The funds deposited or transferred into the unallocated can be used for any purpose of the act. However, it may not be used for the administrative functions. At the end of the fiscal year, any funds not encumbered or expended will remain in the same account for the next fiscal period.
So
Does that
can you go back to 40?
That goes back to.
Oh, I should have. So is that clear? So I think originally Commissioner Munger was like, it stays in the account unless the commission votes to move that, the carryover from those specified funds and put it into unallocated to be spent. Not on administration, that is not on administration, on other programming as the commission sees fit.
Yes. There are two main ways that to Chair Paris's earlier reference to the amount of flexibility that the commission has to allocate things. It can seem when you look at the breakdown, so much for media, so much for this, so much for this. But as you look at the language, it says to make sure that children are ready to school and da, 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 da. This is it has been a long time practice of the commission. Never challenged, completely understandable. The language is there, just here's the education fund, the child care fund. Anyway, get the kids ready for school, really. It could be anything, really, including ACEs prevention, including mental health, including general health, home visiting. Anyway, there is no health allocation in that list, and yet we have always made a lot of investments in child health. And the reason is everybody has always understood that that's part of getting their, ready for school, part of their kids and family. Anyway, so that's one reason that it is flexible money despite the allocation. The definitions within those allocations are broad enough to include a lot of things, and we have sometimes had meetings where people are just kind of saying, well, just on this one, we'll allocate so much to education, so much to childcare, so much to this, we'll split up the cost, because no one is going to challenge it. It's all very open. Anyway, that's one way it's very flexible. The other way it's very flexible is this second, which I had forgotten, but I think it's interesting. That if you don't spend it out of the education fund at any given or at any time, you just have money sitting in the education fund for whatever reason, you can just allocate it to unallocated by a vote of the commission, and then you can use it for anything except admin. So, we haven't had a lot of votes to send money to unallocated because we haven't had to do that in order to have flexibility over the funds. So it's probably why I haven't remembered that this is in there, because it's not a provision we've had to use very much. We just use the basic flexibility that the statute gives us.
Thank you, Commissioner Munger. To build off that, then for staff to help me understand. So these, I'm on slide 36. So these statutory distributions and the distribution conversion of 30% for mass media, 25% for education, et cetera, we don't necessarily have to follow that, given what Commissioner Munger said, or yes, we do have to follow that.
Statutorily, that's how it's just, distributed from CDTF into those accounts.
Right.
So if we don't spend it, we can come to the commission and put it into unallocated for whatever other purpose.
But historically, what I've heard, just thought I understood from Commissioner Munger, is that because the description is so broad in education, for example, to support children getting ready for school, which could mean all kinds of things, then child health could potentially, I don't know how we've funded in the past, could be funded out of education versus unallocated, or we are just very how we.
And I'll look to Marcia to this. I believe, like, for example, the handful of health may have been out of unallocated health investments over time. There's the
There is
chart.
a small portion of the programs that do get unallocated.
Yeah.
And how are we deciding that if the descriptors for some of these, like, to me, the education descriptor is very broad. I could justify anything being part of that fund allocation.
Do you want to ask?
Yeah, it's a
program in
So
September.
tobacco cessation, for example, is funded out of unallocated education and I believe a portion out of media because the contract includes public relations around the smoking cessation. It also includes an education campaign for adults with young children and and then the unallocated is. So we distributed it based on how much, and there was actually a portion out of evaluation because there's an evaluation component. The way we determined how to distribute those funds is the proportion of the contractor's budget that was allocated to certain pieces. That's an example of how we have done.
And so then, thank you for that. Yes.
So I was going to say that most of the health investments have come out of unallocated to Commissioner Munger's point. Attachment number 4, and we'll show it in a little bit. The historical investments will show that the handful of health investments that we've made are definitely out of unallocated.
Okay. And that was decided. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Munger.
No.
I want to support the idea that since you have right permission to put it into unallocated and then do anything, it is normal that lawyers for the commission and everything are going to say, do that. It's also true that in the practice, as Deborah's kind of reminding us, when you're setting up a program, you're just kind of going, well, so much of it, it's often quite, it hasn't always been very specific like that. It's been a little bit more, you know, colorable. You know, this is something. Arguably, this is for such and such. Arguably, this is for that. Even if your grantee isn't allocating it that way, you can allocate it that way in your internal thing. But why use that flexibility if you don't need to? And you can just put it in unallocated and make a big unallocated pot and then spend it from there. So I think that's what I'm hearing here is that people are a little bit more comfortable saying we've got a lot of unspent money. We can do a commission vote to put it in allocated and then we can do anything we want with it. But it's also true that the things are defined so broadly that anything you want to do with it is pretty broad.
Commissioner
So-
Majors. Yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
explain
no,
why
please,
there's a
yes.
small tension over which provision or which way you want to get your flexibility.
You know, and my experience is whenever we're sort of grappling with structure is to ask what part of it can be changed, right? And is there something, are these the right categories? Are they legislatively required? You know, I mean, are these the right things? Because I love slush funds. I love unallocated. The reality, it doesn't really help you figure out what you need to do. I mean, if that's something we wanted to do right now, when I look at 6% mass media communications, and a lot of that is towards educating, right, and communicating. That seems interesting to me, like why that would be called out. It's still broad, not challenging it, just, you know, just questioning it. Education and childcare, like I'm trying to fit, you know, is that just because educate was, you know, around reading? You know, and childcare is around pre-reading, you know, I mean, I know it's a lot of other things. And to our point about evaluation comes up in a lot of this. It's why you guys have so much left over. It's every organization and nonprofit. Our evaluation dollars that we budget are always sitting there because we're like, well, we did do evaluation within that piece, but we called it programs or we called it this. So just, it wasn't a suggestion as much as it was a question. And maybe not for today or even this year's work, but are these the right categories that fit who we are today?
Yeah, really great point. Thank you. I think that's where I'm trying to tee up too, because we're going to look at the history and some of us may have already looked at it. Just the fact that health is not called out is just something that I'm trying to grapple with. And so I fitted it under education in my own way. But to your point, like how we're messaging, does that matter? That we need, do we need to go through that exercise of calling it out? Yes or no? I don't know, but this is just a helpful process for me to understand how the history of the commission. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
A question. Has this commission ever moved money from the state accounts into the unallocated?
I'm aware of, I don't know partly if we have.
We will do some research. I had thought that maybe you had once in the 20 years. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I'm hesitant to say no because
I'm just
20 years,
curious,
yeah.
I'm curious, because to my point, my comment this morning about how the state accounts were established and the statutory distribution, like almost a third of our funding is going into mass media communications. That's a big amount of money. What's our return on that investment? And is that really what's most relevant now?
Right.
So this is kind of going back to, we don't necessarily have to change the statutory distribution because now we have an opportunity as a commission to determine a percentage of any of the ending year balance or carryover amount could be allocated into the unallocated bucket. And then that could be used to kind of meet the most pressing needs today for our children and families and years out. I guess that answers my question from this morning. So thank you.
no, I think that's, again, playing general counsel, and I think that it's my understanding of the proponents of Prop 10 and Rob Reiner, because mass media was such a huge investment 20 plus years ago. The issues of young children were not top of mind. And the intent was to actually tee up those conversations and make top of mind kind of the importance of the healthy development of children 0 to 5. And being Rob Reiner, director of, what did I say? Princess Bride. I'm sure that some of that is kind of the influence of like, how do we actually market this so that it is a true kind of priority for the legislature's pre-term limits at that time, because investments were not being made for young children 20 plus years. So, and I would say that they've done you're very well, because it's teed up the conversation opportunities for universal TK, right? That took 20 years in the making, that we've actually had a long-term investment in for. So I think that's the right conversation the commission to have, is like, okay, statutorily, we can't change the state accounts because the state accounts are the state accounts. But you can, however, move that money into unallocated. We can't create a new account that says health per statute, or mental health, or any of that, or any or child say any of that, right? So that is not within the bounds of the statute. I will confirm with the general counsel when we hire them. But that is my understanding of those limitations. But we do have a lot of carryover and or / unexpended funds that the commission can vote to move into unallocated for more broad investments.
Thank you.
But but again, that's after the fiscal year is over, because the allocation in that year needs to be spent in that. So the green needs to stay in that year until, and if it isn't spent, then we have the opportunity, commission has the opportunity to roll that in.
So Jackie, you would agree that the carryover been sitting there sometimes a long time are all available for unallocated and then into health or any or family strengthening or ACEs prevention or all we want to do.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Alban.
Took like a discussion though about fiscal year, and we don't really have a fiscal year. So then when is the fiscal year? When are we making the decision?
So we don't plan according because of continuous appropriation, but we do follow, and I'm going to look to Marcia about the fiscal year still for her, opening and closing books and being accountable to the state auditor and state controller's office, operates off the state's fiscal year.
Okay, so it's July or June. Okay.
Yeah, July 1st to June.
That's helpful.
And just what's the last point, if I
I know,
may?
lots of,
So
this is
it's
why
almost like historically, we've kind of pigeonholed ourselves into how we can expend this funding based on the statutory distribution. Now, when I look at childcare in my own county, only 26% of our children have, there's available childcare for only 26% of our kids, 0 to 3 at licensed slots. And I assume that same situation is across other California counties. We're going to be at a deficit in 27, according to this slide, if we approve in July, it sounds like, future investments in that slot. So to me, that's an opportunity to kind of revisit how much money is allocated into that space, whether it's then moving money out of other buckets into the unallocated so that then we have an opportunity to expend more in that space.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mijic, you have your hand raised.
Yes, just a few questions based on what Commissioner Munger just said, just to make sure I clearly understand kind of the pieces. On the carryover dollars, does the statute specify that within a particular fiscal year, you have to spend it on that particular category? And then once you pass that fiscal year, based on the books for auditing purposes, you can then move those dollars. So for example, in the current year, you allocate, if you don't spend, the encumbrance in the budget year can be rolled over into anything else. Is that kind of how the statute reads?
I'm gonna look to our fiscal team, our admin team.
I'd have to look, to be quite honest. I don't know that it specifically says when you can move the money over.
But just in that fiscal year.
Right, you just couldn't use the current revenue that you actually got in for that fiscal year until you close the fiscal year, and then you can remove that balance. But being that we had such a large carryover, I'm not sure.
So Commissioner Midrick does that. So we have to close out. It's why we're actually fine tuning our admin services. And I know that the counties are feeling it too, but we've gotten, thanks to Marsha and team for actually making us a little bit more kind of, accountable is the wrong word, but actually audit proof is, I'll say. And so we are, once the books are closed out, June, like we're in the middle of May, and you know, Commissioner Midrick, is that we're busy end of year right now, closing out the books. So we can get trued up numbers to see what is unallocated / carryover that increases that yellow line.
Right, which you then can use in a different way in the budget year, not in the current year.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
budget year,
And then
my
my second question on the categories of funding, you noted that they're outlined in statute. If the commission was to go back to the legislature and ask for changes to that, does that require 2/3 vote, or does that have to go back to the people for a vote because it was a proposition?
I will look into it, but my understanding is a two-thirds vote can amend a proposition.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Just one basic question. Is there a reason why we don't sort of claim a fiscal year? And just own it? And the only reason I'm asking this, I'm a structure girl, and like, it seems like a kind of a willy-nilly thing, but yet it does have a, you know, we are trying to do it for audit purposes or to meet the budget or whatever. I'm just wondering why we've resisted sort of like our fiscal year is this.
I don't have that history. I've always also worked off of our fiscal year.
And I mean, you know, I've worked, you know, we have two fiscal years. We have a fiscal year and a program year here.
Yeah.
So we know how to work with them, but it helps us budget and plan programs. So I was just curious.
For others who may have had, and I see Vice Chair Hazen and Commissioner Midrick, but I also am looking for those who may have historical knowledge as to why we might not have done we don't know why. Okay. Staff who have been around, we have.
And
we're
that's
not sure.
okay.
That's okay.
So it's something
That's okay.
to offer up and for us to consider is what it sounds like as well. Commissioner or Vice Chair Hazen.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of do a me too to what Commissioner Majors shared. I think it would be really valuable for us as an organization to start implementing a fiscal year and to tie, you know, both, you know, fiscal planning and goals to it, but other plans as well. So I think it's a great suggestion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I have one.
Yes, Commissioner.
I just haven't added up all the carry. How much do they?
So in the slide, the staff has the slide.
Well, it should be, yeah.
You want to
It'll
bring up
be on
the
the
slide?
slide and then on the financial plan too.
Yeah, it's okay. If I know that Commissioner Munger might, I don't have it in front of me, so if you want to go to that slide, all funds.
All slides, all funds. $22-23 total prior year carryover, 148.
I see it right there.
Mhm.
48 million is the carryover. 22, 23,
Next-
actually.
Next fiscal. year.
Upcoming, 148 million. It dwarfs the annual income.
That is-
It's a big multiple of our annual income, like twice.
Twice.
It's an opportunity. As we talk about this, we always have to hasten to say that there's a reason that the carryovers have been accumulated this way, which is they've been accumulated this way precisely because of Brad's presentation about the declining revenue. And we're trying to cushion any of, it's a glide path thing. We keep thinking, eventually there'll be a new revenue stream and we'll get a second win, but right now, the best defense is to continue to have at least some money. And I understand it, don't argue it. I do wonder about the amount.
Yeah.
I think it's a very large.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? There's somebody in the chat. Simon, you're looking at.
The only discussion, can I add something?
Commissioner.
Is recognizing that the large amount of money. And right now, we're in a budget surplus, right, because of the wealthier getting wealthier. But that it's not always gonna be that way.
Oh, most certainly will not.
Right, and does that then leave us vulnerable to having these funds taken away from the intent of Prop 10?
Yeah.
Right, and then also, given that we do have this surplus that I think the administration has rightfully taken advantage of to invest in, many of our most marginalized communities where we can follow suit and do the same. It is just, I guess I'm just saying what everybody else said, it's such an exciting opportunity.
Yes.
And a responsibility.
It
to
is,
do something.
but I just want to reiterate the point of, I think Department of Finance, LAO, Legislative Analyst Office, and others are talking about the fiscal cliff that is coming. So I do want us to just be very mindful. And that's why, at least I won't speak for the administration, but I know previously, the use of one-time funds is something that was much more encouraged versus ongoing because of this cliff that many have warned is coming, and that it's very hard, right, to do what happened in 2008, to cut tens of thousands of childcare slots. I think that's something that we don't ever, have, as a state, want to be in that position again. So I think it is a balancing act. I am all for great opportunities, but I do think I appreciate the prudence of we need to have some money, but I agree with Commissioner Munger. There's a lot there. So I don't want to miss out on the historical conversation too. So unless there's more, I'd like us to keep moving, because to me, that what we've done is a really important piece of this conversation that we haven't talked about.
And so I think that is, but this is also a critical question, is how much of the carryover do we want to spend down? Right, so that, not today, but just the back of our minds when we come back, how much of it? And you ask, is there a risk? And so in 2008, the legislature and the commission did vote to take 50 million of our, was it 50 million? Somehow people kept saying 100 million, 50 was supposed to be from the counties, 50 was voted on by us to give to the commission. My former boss was on there, Sarah was around, other people were around. And I would say it went to child welfare and other health services and Mr. Mib and a number of things that we believed in. But it requires a vote of the commission to actually release and 2/3 vote of the legislature to move that, right? Because we're a proposition. So it is, when people do see this amount of unexpended dollars carryover, they wonder what we're doing. They do see it as an opportunity to sweep in those difficult times, I think.
Yeah, that's
So-
another reason not to run it up.
Yeah, and so I would also venture to add, like when we go, if we were to have public-private partnerships, when they see this amount of carryover, it's also hard to justify when there's a lot of money here to be utilized.
Except with regard to admin.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to yet.
Yeah, just putting it in placeholder there, except with respect to admin.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have about an hour and a half, so we can move on to admin. So those are the critical questions that I wanted to share. The history of how our money has been voted up to shore up the state budget. impasse.
So that's the administration account. So 1% is deposited into the administration account for expenditures for the administrative functions of the state commission. So this graph is basically showing that we're operating above incoming revenues. Of the 20% that goes to the state commission, 1% is only going to administrative functions. With declining revenues and rising expenditures, this graph is providing a financial picture of our challenges and constraints. In the upcoming slides, we'll go into a little bit of a deeper conversation. Is there any questions on this slide before I advance ahead?
Keep going, please.
There's a real cliff.
Okay. There's a hand up.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Midget.
Yeah, can we go back to that slide? Because you just noted that declining in revenue, but I don't see a decline in revenue. I see, if you go back one more, so it looks like revenue is staying go back to, sorry, can you go back to admin?
Admin.
It is declining. In the graph, it doesn't really show it very much, but yeah, it's slightly.
But expenditures are higher than revenue, and you've been using carryover to fund it year over year, which is what creates the hole in out years. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just making sure I understand that correctly.
Can you repeat that again so that?
So the revenues to me are almost constant. Yes, there might be a small decline, but the expenditures are above the revenues, and the year over carryover is but what's been filling the gap. The projection of that carryover being down in out years is what's creating truly a hole. But our revenues outpace our expenditures in this kind of fund pool to begin with.
Correct. So, and the next couple of slides will show us that more clearly.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or more drastically. So here's the slide, Commissioner Midget. The red is our expenditure, the blue is our revenue. Go ahead, explain it. I'm sorry.
So yes, this slide is our 5-year picture of the administration account, focusing on projected revenue for each fiscal year, which is inclusive of projected interest earned on the account, with our projected expenditures for the fiscal year. So like Jackie said, the red is our expenditures, the blue is the revenue. So as you can see, the chart displays that our expenditures exceeding what we bring in. As a result, each year we rely on our carryover balance to meet the obligation. It's important to remember that the statutory requirements provide the administration account 1% of the 20% dedicated to the state commission. The limitation of statute provides no recourse for rising costs due to circumstances such as inflation or increases in staff salaries and benefits. Over time, as revenue declines and our obligations increase, our carryover balance decreases as well, inevitably exhausting the carryover. We acknowledge this and over time have been putting practices into place to remain fiscally prudent. As we discuss future investments later today, not today, maybe
later.
At the next meeting.
Yeah, at the next one. We felt it was important to be transparent with the limitations of the administration account. The next slide will go over some of the expenditures that come out of this account. So it's showing the personnel services, our OE&E, our central administrative assessment. Costs that were mandated to support our pro rata and other statewide assessments. The first 5 California annual audit, the SEO expanded audit, the first 5 California annual report. This account also pays for salary and wages, benefits in our facilities, contracts with Department of General Services for our human resources and accounting, as well as other fees incurred by state departments like California Department of Human Resources, State Controller's Office, Department of Justice, surcharges for services provided by Department of General Services that are separate from pro rata. This account also pays for basic supplies, office equipment and maintenance, our information technologies, to name a few.
Marcia, can you specify exactly, do you have how much the rent is in particular?
Rent is like 300 and.
Oh, I meant what percentage of the total, sorry.
What percentage? I don't have that off. the
It's
top of
just
my
under
head.
30,000 a month.
30,000 a month?
Yeah.
And how many folks are in the office?
Everybody's in the office several days a week.
Several days a week. Okay, so
We are currently at a 40% in person, so 60% virtual.
40% in person. And can you please remind me how many employees we have at First Five?
40,
40?
approximately 40.
Thank you.
Question. Of the 40 FTE or 40 employees, what percentage of those are actually included under personnel services for admin? I guess my question is, are the staff that are included in this budget strictly how we would classify them as admin? Or is it all 40 FTE? No, it's just those that are strictly admin.
Correct. We worked with legal counsel over the last couple of years to get clarification on what FTEs would be. And we're still in the process of trying to figure out how we can allocate within statute
Yes.
percentages out to other, as you can see, the carryover dollars. For example, we have a lot of program dollars, just not admin dollars. What I also want to bring light is that our unfunded, like we heard about this in school districts. We also have unfunded liabilities. So those who retire from us, we pay their pension, health and retirement. There's a percentage of their retirement that we pay for the duration of them. Duration of them. Yes. So that is something. So those folks who have retired over time at the highest rates. And we know the health obligations, that's out of our control. That also, it's not just our own personnel, but that also increases.
And was that 40 FTE current or 40 FTE budget?
Budgeted.
Budget, so still positions you have to fill.
Yes, they're open.
And just a question around, I feel like what I just heard is, we can't budge that, but since I joined the commission, I've heard limited resources in terms of staff. When the work changes, the staff needed to do the work changes. Do we have any leverage in changing the dollars that we can allocate to staff resources? I know you've found creative ways.
And I don't know if we're ready to go to the next slide about what we have done.
I think we're trying to follow the pro rata.
Okay. Okay, we'll go pro rata, but
Commissioner Munger, do you have a question as well? I just want to make sure. Okay, see.
So before we go into pro rata, which is actually our largest admin cost, over $1 million to pro rata of the cost of doing business with the state. It's our largest cost for sure. So if anybody has influence over pro rata, Commissioner Mijic, we'd appreciate it, because that would be helpful.
Can you help? I thank you I appreciate your plug for Marco's help, but can you explain this to some of us? At least I'm like, I don't understand. If you're a state agency, is that how all state agencies function? Coming from the governor's office, I apologize for my not appreciating what state agencies have to pay into. So this is edifying for me.
Yeah, so the pro rata is anybody that's specially funded, right? You're not taking money from the general fund, or you're not generally funded. Then every department will have to pay pro rata just for the central service things that they do, right? Like, so you have the state controller's office processes warrants, you get charged for it. There's various different costs that are kind of broken out.
And it's because we're not receiving general fund that we have to
Because
do.
we're not generally funded, yeah.
Got it,
So
thank you.
Any special department or
Okay.
specially funded department will have to pay pro rata charges.
All commissions do pro rata. We're small.
Depending on the department.
It's all determined by the Department of Finance, kind of like your workload, like what you use, what services.
So
and
like
then
FTE, HR is probably by FTE. Like the checks, it's probably a percentage of, based on the
Right,
number of warrants
right,
issued.
yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we were trying to look at the slide, but if you go to the next slide, Simon. It's very small, it's very tiny. I didn't think it was gonna turn out this tiny, but yes, it's very tiny. But it's kind of going into what we get charged when they're factoring in pro rata and how they determine what the cost is gonna be. Whatever you don't use, or like say they estimate pretty high and the actual service comes in lower, then that rolls forward and reduces the cost for the following
It is
year.
unfunded liability.
Um,
That helps. We can't not pay retirees. Okay, but Chair Perez had the question of what is our largest cost on pro rata, and the largest cost actually is the unfunded liability
Right.
of our retirees, which is not uncommon for,
Yes, yes.
yeah. And, or our pension obligations, right? So that the other flip is that our pension obligations, and those grow. And that is $1 million that we could shave off today if somehow we figured out how to do business with the state more efficiently. So.
Can I offer up, I appreciate your plugs, but that we are not the only agency then commission trying to solve this same issue. Is that correct? So are there lessons learned? Is there like a working group? Is there any conversation with other commissions, other entities that are in the same boat about synergies, about?
I think the difference with us is that we have our own revenue source, and they get allocated from the governor's office.
So there's no other entity that's in a similar boat?
Not that I know. We can do more research around it, but it's because we are tied, because we have the flexibility, we're also tied to our revenues. Right, so the cost of doing business from the state and under the administration is that they can allocate their administrative costs however they see fit.
Okay.
Commissioner Jimenez is looking at me,
I
yeah.
mean, counties have the same, I mean, these are service departments, right? And the only way to fund these service departments is by the benefiting department. So it just, state wages, county wages are very high. And so all of that gets factored, you know, health benefits, all of that. At the end, we have to pay to run the state agency, the local county agency. Yeah, I mean, the methodology seems sound. It's expensive to run.
Yes, it's the cost of doing business. But again, sorry, I won't do any more plugs, but it is something we're trying to unpack. I will say in the past, for example, we tried to bring in the fiscal services, right? Thinking that we would save some money. We realized that it was actually more a workload burden. So we actually spent more time. Commissioner Jimenez knows this. So we can bring things in-house. It costs us in a different way, right? Takes things to process
Time,
warrants longer,
resources,
time. So the resources, it actually, in terms of a cost benefit, it's actually more effective for the most part, except a couple of issues that I have, but we won't go there, to actually pay the pro rata to actually get support, the infrastructure support for a commission our size.
And I think Chair Perez was kind of going where I was going was if of our 5.1 million expense and admin, what are the opportunities to reduce that expense, right? Because you can't change the 1%, you can't shift from the unallocated into the admin. But it sounds like you've already looked at your personnel expenses, even your service and supplies, and have allocated them into those other buckets as appropriate. So it'll be an interesting discussion to have.
The next slide, I think, actually speaks to ways that you're proposing, or
we have applied or proposed.
Okay.
So it leads to Commissioner Majors.
You are teeing us up left and right, Elsa. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner
And just
Majors.
one quick thing, and I know you guys know this, but I just have to say it from an operator of a single entity.
Yes.
We lost for good reasons. Some of them had grandchildren, but 6 infrastructural leaders in Crystal Stairs in 6 months. That was 4 years ago. We are still seeing the effects of that. And so nobody's fault, but when we sit here and talk about, well, legally what, and we lost some of that in Frank, right? Like we lost, you know, and so when I think of the importance of fortifying your structure and replacing and innovating some of that talent or institutional knowledge loss, it's so critical to the success of how we live out, you know, the future goals of this commission.
I think it is.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's okay. No, I'm sorry. You're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm supposed to.
I've always said the admin is the backbone of our agency, to your point. Without them, without contracts, without fiscal, we don't get money out the door. We don't get to do the good things for kids, right? So the fact that we are limited, I can say without a doubt that our commission, our backbone has done more with less. We have done more with less. And people keep asking us to do more, and we keep on doing more with kind of the limited backbone structure that we have. I just want to acknowledge and thank you, admin, for being that for us.
Hear,
right?
hear.
'Cause, I don't think they get enough, I mean, we get a lot of accolades for the things at the end and the media or the programs or people, but really without you, we don't keep our doors open.
And I'd have to say admirable, but at the same time, we have to speak up for ourselves and what we can do and what we can't do. And just like we talk about the families in California that are living in poverty, imagine if we said, do more with less, right? So we have to have the same expectations for ourselves as employees and leaders, that if that's something we need to sort of really focus on. I'm not doing a campaign here. I'm just saying self-care and wellness, and we wouldn't say that to our families. Let's not say it to the lofty goals that we have for our work and our administration.
Thank you. I do want to make sure though that we have the time to talk about what you all are doing and what we can do, and also just ditto what everyone has done to make this happen. When I'm learning that it's 40 employees budgeted and not full, you all are doing a lot of important work, and so the money talks too. I hear that loud and clear as well though. So strategies for addressing this issue. Marcia.
That was actually your slide, Jackie.
Oh, it was mine.
Now you
Isn't
can
that-
go.
I
Break
feel like
it
I've been
down.
talking the entire time. So to Commissioner.
Thank you, Marcia.
The other Jackie, Commissioner Major's point is that we are looking at, and Commissioner Jimenez, looking at increased ways to allocate staff time within the structure. So we did it for the first, we've actually applied this for two or 3 years. So it's been,
Yeah, I think about 17, 18.
yeah, it's since 17, 18. So it's 17, 18 is still newish to me, when we could have actually been doing it longer. So with that said, so we're beginning to do that and look at staff allocating to program research and otherwise. For example, having stepped out of the chief deputy position, I actually do a lot with program and evaluation that I wonder whether or not it should have been 100% admin or something else, quite frankly, now that I know the job, right? And so we're doing more of those analysis as we think about how to kind of what I call journal back and, budget forward those staff allocations. We are looking at reducing, office space and rent, or looking for free space in an agency who will host us without, and we'd happy to pay like a reduced cost. The truth is, as we were looking at renewing our rent, it was actually cheaper for us to stay where we were instead of actually co-locating at a state agency. It was actually twice as much per square footage than where we were at. So that was an interesting process for us. So we are still exploring that, and would love to think about innovative ways to reduce rent, if you will. And I think the third one is, again, redirecting staff within the agency who had admin roles, and maybe doing other things that are more innovative. Reducing operational cost of travel, also, kind of the basic things. How do we tighten our belts a little bit and travel a little bit less out of the admin costs? And the last one is actually really what you talked about, Commissioner Majors, is maybe we need to have hard conversation about reducing contract and how grantee volumes. We need to structure them differently so it becomes more efficient instead of funding all 58 counties all the time, which are managing. If you look at the programs that we have, those are a lot of contracts, right? So can you be more strategic with regional allocations? Are there other things like, should we be doing more research, like kind of single contracts with research agencies? Like there's other ways to think about how we do business. So at least on the workload side, we can control it a little bit more, right? So those are ideas. I think that we can't change statute, but again, people have said, and I think even today that Commissioner Midget, Commissioner Jimenez has said, if we open up the statute, you can actually change those allocations. Right? That's what people have said. There have been pros and cons about why we have or have not done that. But since it was raised by some commissioners if that is possibly, that's a possibility. I don't think we are there yet. The other opportunity is looking at, I understand that philanthropy also has funded some admin in some spaces to see, is there an opportunity to fund some of this admin work while we figure out that gap analysis of like when, what is the strategy long-term to deal with that administration budget. But those are kind of the things we're kind of noodling around and thinking about, because we do have this opportunity to be catalysts, right, conveners, and I think but that requires admin support to get that done. And I would open up the opportunity, and I know even though it feels like I've been here a long time, I think I've only been in this seat for 2 months. So my desire is to actually reach out.
You're doing great.
Having the conversations with philanthropy about that possibility.
I do have a question. When you said since 2017, you have been really trying to focus in on ways to reduce, is that correct? Reduce the admin? So
To reallocate the staff time.
to reallocate staff time. Okay, I just want to be mindful then. So this line of approximately 5 million, I'm looking at slide 46. So your costs versus your projected revenues, looking backwards, like we're about to do with how we've expended the funds in our programs. Has this line always been this amount, or how?
Does the
Were we always 40? Were we always like?
Does the administration, we don't have that historical all the way back for 10 years.
I don't have it readily.
Yeah, no.
available.
Okay, just as a question to be able to have a look back of like how far, because when we're trying to make the case, I mean, I won't speak like which way we're gonna go yet, but it's just helpful context wise, like this is where we were, this is where we've tightened our belt already, we've done all this, we were at this, and now look how we've done our part to say that.
Yeah.
I think it's an important story to just show, we're not just like, hey, come and give us this. We're really telling the story of like we've made those changes already.
I think that's right. And I do think that we have reduced or filled back, but it would be good to actually have the visual of the last 20 years of what, I remember when the statute first opened, there was lots of hiring. And then I can imagine those expenditures were pretty high.
As far back as you can go. I think it is just helpful, yeah.
Yeah, we have the fiscal data. I mean, statutorily, we're required to back 20 years.
Thank you.
To get the full picture. Yeah, but not today, not in this.
No,
one.
not at all, just a request.
But we will bring it back to July 28th meeting so that we have it, so you just have a picture of what we have been doing and that reduction in costs. But clearly, even with those efforts, you see this right here, is that we're about 1.5, is that right? Is my math bad, Asian?
No.
Just
pause.
Yeah, 1.5 million or so deficit spending. Is that right now? And our pro rata is about 1 million. And our rent's about 300,000. So.
Okay.
Yes.
Good
so
stuff
good stuff.
to think
all Good
about.
stuff,
Thank
all
you.
good stuff to think about. Those are, and we're not, we're not trying to create new positions or we're just, as we think about it, we're thinking about how. Okay, any other questions about our fiscal cliff? Or admin? Or feedback or discussion? Okay. Thank you, Marcia, for all your work. I know it's not easy to go back and have this discussion, but
yes, this is great.
We thought it was important for the commissioners to see what we were working with. So we're going to the historic investments. I think what would be helpful is slides in addition to attachment number 4, so people understand the historical investments. So I'm going to hand over to Jamie Hastings, because this is also important to understand where we've invested historically to figure out where our priorities want to be moving forward, including that discussion about do we move money to unallocated for things that will be high priority for this commission. Okay, Jamie, take it away.
So as requested at the last commission meeting, staff went back and did what we refer to fondly as a look back historical document, which is attachment E in your materials. And we went back to 1999 and categorized them as best as possible by strategic plan priority areas. The priority areas include child development with programs such as Power Preschool, Dual Language Learner Pilot Study, child health with programs such as tobacco cessation and emergency supplies, family functioning with such as home visiting and refugee family support, And then there's some programs that fall within all of the three categories. And we call those comprehensive programs. And a few of those to name are media campaigns and the Kit for New Parents. So we have a couple of slides, but first we'd like to go over a few points about the data that you see in the chart. So in the previous strategic plans over the last 20 years have not included the exact same, of course, the priorities that we have now in our current strategic plan. But in order to categorize the investments as best as possible for this exercise, we fit everything into what our current areas are. Another point is that this document is not necessarily all inclusive of every program over the last 20 years, but just a summary of significant investments to date, kind of at maybe the $1 million level and above. Over the last week or so, we've gathered as much data as we could, pulled what we could find from different resources that have been put together over the years, and acknowledge that the summary may not necessarily be complete. Additionally, what is not included in the attachment is anything that would be approved by our executive director. So anything under 150,000, not see in there as well. And just a final note before I go to the slides is that the funding amounts listed are what the commission has approved and not necessarily what was spent. So it's a little bit less. So now to the two slides with the first one. Many of the 28 programs listed fall under child development, which is the highest amount at 12, followed by comprehensive at 9, child health at 5, and family functioning at 2. It should be noted, though, that while it could appear that family functioning and child health are a little bit low, there are components of different programs in comprehensive. So there are pieces of that sprinkled through. As indicated on the next slide, more funds were approved for comprehensive programs overall at approximately $887 million, followed by child development at nearly $865 million, child health at just over $100 million, and family functioning at $29 million. Again, the same is true for the funding amounts. While child health and family functioning might appear a little low, a lot of those dollars could potentially fall under comprehensive as well. So as you take a look back, you kind of refer to this look back throughout the whole meeting. We hope that you'll find it useful as you take a look at past investments and while considering, not later today, but in July, what future investments could look like for the commission. So my colleagues and I are happy to answer questions that you might have.
I'm wondering if you can actually pull up item number 4, attachment 4. So I think it might be and help.
Attachment E.
Yeah, sorry. Item 4, attachment E, correct. Yes, attachment E.
Share that.
So,
okay.
While we're waiting, I do have a question. Thank you first for doing this. This is a great visual to be able to get a sense of the look back. For family functioning and child health, Jamie, you mentioned a few times some of those are incomprehensive. Do you have just at least a taste or a flavor? Because those, it just jumps out to me of like, wow. But if you're saying they're incomprehensive, about half of the comprehensive goes in, it would be wonderful to get a sense of how much when you're saying it, they're incomprehensive as well.
Well, and I have them listed on here. I don't have a definite like percentage of any of the percentage we have is more based on how much funding they're given. Are you looking to see what?
I just want to get a gut check because I think they're low. And when I hear, okay, that's what I want to check. Thank you.
We did talk about that as well, is that if they're in there, they might have just slid in there barely and have a small component.
Okay, that's why I wanted your assessment. Thank you.
Thank
you, Commissioner Munger.
What is the biggest program in comprehensive? What is the biggest expenditure?
So we have pulled it up. I know it's a little bit fuzzy on my end. And so if we go through that, is that over the last 20 years, our biggest comprehensive investment has been the media campaigns at $522 million. After that, and again, that's over 20 years. So this was an exercise of going back 20 years and staff reviewing. Thank you, staff. In a week or so, week and a half, 20 years of all commission votes.
Great.
Over the last 20 years. The second is.
Wait, keep going, keep going. Yes, Commissioner.
There's
Yes.
a fundamental confusion here that I'm so sorry to have,
No.
be suffering from. It's obvious, it could be just me. But I don't understand, 800 million and bar graphs that have numbers like 800,000 and I just don't understand what is shown on the bar graphs versus the 800 million number. I just not, what is this? This is 2 million, 9 million, 5 million, 12, or is that numbers of programs? Or is that a percentage? I know it seems to track the number at the bottom.
So it's the number of commission voted approved action.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so programs. So for example, family functioning, there have been only 2 commission voted in family function, like investments. So every time we make a large investment over 150,000, we have to bring it to the commission for a vote. So these are actions, commission over the 20 years. Yes, no. I think that
Yes, thank you for that.
Amount of money at all.
Correct.
It's number of
Correct.
programs.
Maybe we
It's
wanna-
many programs. It
yeah.
does not give us any sense of how the money's been spent.
Correct.
It's just the next one.
The next slide does.
Correct.
So maybe just a
Okay,
tweak.
Wait, now then the next slide, this one
Money.
is about
It's
the
money.
Okay. And this is the one that has 900 million IC, and that is the numbers that are on there.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that clarification, actually, because I think I was assuming something else too. Maybe slide 51, maybe we tweak the title of it or put a note, like what,
at the bottom.
yeah, that this is
The
the
X, yeah,
the votes since 20, whatever.
2020, yeah,
Okay,
it's
so just
20,
one more thing
or 1998.
to follow up. Under comprehensive, the largest single program is media. And what was the number for media?
522, it's on the screen.
522.
Hmm?
Kind of fuzzy.
522 was the largest component of comprehensive. but
The majority.
comprehensive was almost 900,000. So there's 900 million. So there's a lot, almost half of comprehensive is not media.
Correct.
What is it?
So that's why attachment 8, yeah, I can read. No.
We're
that's
gonna
okay.
go through this slide a
gonna-
little bit too, right?
Yeah, if Jamie, can you take them through the slide? I know it's a little, it's even fuzzy for me.
Or maybe
Up
just
here.
high level.
No, that one.
The attachment, yes.
Yeah.
Can you make it any bigger at all or?
Yes, please.
It might just be my eyes, so I apologize, but it is fuzzy on.
1, 2, Simon, 'cause that's where it starts.
It is attachment E.
I have the attachment, I just didn't know. what
Which page? Yeah, we're on.
We should
Now
be
we're on
on
page
one of 9. Better.
You don't have to read it all though, right? I think we're just trying
So
to
just
get
the highlights.
highlights, yeah, the big.
Right, so I will start off too, that they're in order by date going back, so that's kind of, that's why you'll see why the first one is, what was the very first program, of course, small population, still scheduled out through 2025, so do you want to scroll down a little bit, Simon? Each category is done the same, right, so it was the amount of money per, I guess we'll go into project title, what the description is, when it was initiated, either when it did end or when it's expected to end, which you'll see on some other programs. How much has been approved by the commission in that program, and then which funding accounts are being used to fund it.
So again, not spent, but.
Exactly.
And today.
Today,
Yes.
the actions today.
Not good.
So some of it has been spent, right?
I was
So
gonna say, yeah, because some of the programs retired.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And so that's how much we
There's-
spent.
There's actually quite a
Yeah, that
few.
was the attachment. So this was the.
You're looking at the PowerPoint, you can have that.
I can't read it. Wow.
I have glasses, so I can't read it.
And so if we want to digest that a little bit about the dollars. Yep.
Comprehensive. plan.
And I think that is fair, and we discussed it internally, even though we say comprehensive, I've even said like, we're kind of stretching for family functioning. Some of that is we are stretching.
The two.
What do you
Right.
identify
Yeah.
stretching? What do you mean?
Because it's not squarely family functioning. Media is, if we say, we do the new parent kit and all of that, and we do a number of things, it's not necessarily squarely family functioning. It leans more toward health or education, quite frankly.
So which are the two that you are considering family functioning?
So the two are newer investments, is that if we look at family function, and I had the same wondering. I had the same wondering of the history is like squarely, we've only actually had 2 family functioning investments by the commission. And that was in the last since 2019. So the last 2-3 years. Which I think for me, there was an aha moment of, wow. So maybe not for other commissioners, but the home visiting program specifically and the refugee support is clearly family functioning. While that's that for me is a more recent kind of conversation that the commission has had that feels more clearly family functioning.
But so family functioning is not a category that's statutorily required in anything. I mean, why be?
So for us, how we've allocated is aligned with the strategic plan, and these are the strategic plan adopted. Family functioning is one of them, child health is another. So these are actually categorized based on the strategic plan that was adopted a few years ago.
That's right, and the strategic plan, because I was on that, was to be flexible. And it was exactly meant to be something where, you would blend ideas and you would do things like that. So that is an issue here. Like what's an issue is where the money went. That is what I am interested in. And what I'm noticing is that in the comprehensive thing, which is our biggest category.
Yeah.
After me, we have 2 big, or is it 3? Let me see, it's 2 or 3. I'm looking for things now that are over $100 million.
So small
No,
population.
Wait, no, I'm just gonna do it. 100 million. School readiness is 206.
That's ended.
Power of preschool is 135. And impact is 290. So if we ever would have a bar graph that help us understand where our money went historically, it would have to say that it went hugely to child development, which was education, childcare, and these things. Yeah. And my point is only that these are not required. Comprehensive is a category we came up with. It's not a statutory category. But we chose as a commission historically to focus very, very hard on early childhood education, school readiness, power of preschool. And the heritage of that has continued with this huge impact program, which has been about, investing in quality of teachers. And I understand that. It's something that we should lift up and look at as we have so much other investment going on in that space. Yes. And it is possible that we continue to go along in this mode of very much investing in childcare quality and education and reading readiness and stuff like that, when really we are learning that social emotional development and prevention of damage from ACEs and strengthening families as the first teachers. Everybody on the commission knows that I've been a big voice for books, but that's not because of the books exactly. It's because of the relationship between the parent and the child over the books. And that is what appeals to me so much about that. And I'm just saying, I think, well, it's just one person. I do think that there's a certain sense among us here that we need to look at these investments and critically look at them and consider what we know now that we didn't know then, and what others are doing now on the things that are very important to do, but other people are doing.
Yes.
So between those two things, no more and other people are doing things that we used to do, it's important.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. I think to that point, I want to see if we're doing okay here. I think that the challenge I have is what else is happening? What else is being funded? That's a question that we still need to do. In the ECE space, I think it's easier to answer because we have, for example, like the LAO every year puts out what the look back is. We know that we're now 8.7 billion in public funds, state and federal, going into ECE. Is it enough? No. But I think we need that side by side to help us see, here's where First Five is, here's what we've done in the child development, early learning and care space. Here's what the state is doing with the note. Some of it's one time, that's really important to note. Here's what the feds are doing with the note that this is one time and we need to be mindful of that. But we have such huge investments now in that area that I'm at a loss, like, well, what's the context? I'm struggling to understand where is our value add if I see, the LAO reporting out that we're now 8.7 billion in that space, nowhere near K-12. So there's a huge issue there. But it is just helpful to have that context. I found it very easily for early learning and care. I did not find it for child health though, and for the others. So I know that is a challenge, but we have Marco now who can help us gather all of that data in the HHS sphere. But I do think that's sort of a missing piece to help us say what else is adding to that pot. Commissioner
We have a
Majors.
Jamboard exercise also.
Okay, hold.
I'm sorry, I'm just wanting to add something, which is also a pin to talk about later, which I said earlier, which is point of impact. And again, because we can more readily see some of the ECE investments, the breakdown of the ECE ecosystem is so severe that, again, when we look at equity or not even equity, what is going to be the biggest bang for our buck in terms of impact and what we are qualified to do, because we're not qualified to do everything. Where do we need to place that? And I think that data will be helpful.
Thank you. Yes. Commissioner Alvarez.
So it's interesting, and perhaps this is already accepted, is I think I appreciate the challenge of, breaking it out, comprehensive child development, child health, but arguably all of it is everything, right? I mean, like all of these investments can be child health. I mean, that's the whole point of a whole child, whole family approach. So to Commissioner Major's point, it's almost as if like, where do we want to make the most, or where do we believe we can make the most impact? And then we make the argument, it's child development, it's child health, it's family functioning, like based on what we know of this context. Because I think we can all argue everything we just put in here is all 4 or 3 of those areas and more, right? So that being said, I know some people are newer than others as far as staff. I'd be really curious if we can get there, or maybe later on in the next conversation, of the investments that we have made, do we have a sense of where the impact was made?
Yeah.
Like what came of this project? What came of that project? Why did we continue 500 million in media, that sort of thing, other than statutory required us to do it? But do we have a sense of that impact, particularly these one-off projects that we did that in reading them, I was like, oh, I wonder what came of that. I don't know, right?
Yeah, we had the same question.
Yeah, I would love even just to hear snippets of folks that may have been
We had a
around.
migrant family investment.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Commissioner
and I
Alvarez.
think it helps us, right, make our investments. Because I'll be honest, when they did, oh my God, I'm gonna say it wrong, and I'm programs, so I shouldn't say it wrong. The small county investment.
SPCFA, yes.
Okay, yeah.
SPCFA.
I don't think I appreciated it before. Some of the counties came in and said what a difference it made to them. I did not appreciate, I'm from LA, shoot.
Right.
Big city, I think we need it all. But I really had a better understanding. And so I think when we can have more ideas on how we are making that impact, because you guys, our money, we've seen it explained all day and we know this. People are smoking less, yay, money is less, not so great.
Yeah.
But how do we make the impact? Because we cannot do it all, and seeing where that impact has already happened, I think is helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm hearing, oh, Erin, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to sort of comment along the same lines as some of the commissioners, that many of those older programs like school readiness, SPCFA, even Impact, which we currently fund, I think while they seem a little more focused in child development, and there's certainly that component because they're grounded in childcare, or even the name school readiness, they were very comprehensive. There was a lot of focus, especially with school readiness, and there's a particular focus in SPCFA as well on health, including oral health and mental health. And then also Impact in particular with family engagement, as well as mental health through trauma-informed care supports and training for providers and for families as well, things like parent cafes. So I think while they do seem a little more grounded in that child development and early learning and care area, they have been truly comprehensive. And we have historical documentation where we could certainly go back and pull some pieces of that so you have a better sense of kind of where those investments fell and then how we used pieces of those. So the special needs project was really more of a health related focus, but it also included a parental stress tool that we used. So when you look back at that actually, a lot of that work got folded into Impact. So it's not necessarily that those pieces have gone away. They're just sort of presented in a different way through a different source.
Thank you, Erin. Appreciate that. I think the other, what I've heard over and over again is just how we're leveraging and the impact. I think those are just questions that I would love it in every single meeting going forward.
Yeah.
That those questions need to be answered. We need to be able to, for everything to say, you know, how are we leveraging? I think when I was reviewing the documents, I saw one example about we're partnering with CDPH. And that was for the early literacy proposal that was just recently. I want to see partnerships. I would love it in my vision where most of the conversations are about partnering, leveraging, or to Commissioner Major's point, why this it's our 1, 2, 3 for this reason. And so I think we just need to build that muscle of leverage, impact, partnership with other state agencies as much as possible moving forward. Commissioner Alvarez, to your point about, you know, it's all social determinants of health, it's all holistic, it's all related. I get that at one end, but at the other end, unfortunately, we silo our funds because that's just, you know, how the state, at least in the state budget. So I think it is helpful to silo it, to look at it in that way, because there are a lot of investments that are strictly in the childcare space that we have done in the past. And because of those investments, we now have, you know, billions more going into that space. Not enough, but I still think that we need to answer that. We need to be able to look behind and show the investments that we've done have moved the needle in that space, in my opinion, more than in other areas. That's not to say we stop there, because I do think, for example, in the childcare space, there's a lot of needs, at least what I've heard from Parent Voices, is the mental health needs. And so at the state level, we funded, you know, what used to be called the inclusion and behavior consultation. That's now the infant early childhood mental health consultation out of Department of Social Services. We expanded it out beyond state preschool to family, friend, and neighbor, to family childcare, to multiple languages, to making sure the workforce is diverse. That's only 10.8 million though. So how does First 5, should we pony up in that way, because it's bringing that synergy of childcare, which we know, and which we know the administration is very committed to, as well as the mental health that is new. So my point is, Erin, I appreciate all that's been done in this space, but I still think even in the childcare space, there are potentially other areas that we're missing. You know, we're not looking underneath the hood of what's going now and leveraging what the administration and the legislature have put funds into that space. I want to be mindful of our commissioners online. Commissioner Vice Chair Hazen.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's so nice to have someone asking about leverage, because I feel like, that's always something that I'm lifting up. So appreciate that. And I'm also wondering, to the extent that private philanthropy is making major investments in some of these areas, it would be helpful to know that too. And I don't know if we want to identify a threshold, but if there is private funding over 10, 20, 50 million, whatever the amount is in some of those areas, how are we thinking about points of leverage or partnership there as well, not only within state agencies?
I think that is a good point. I will just offer up from my perspective from the governor's office. Most of the funders in the early childhood space have come to the administration and say, how do we support you? How do we align with you? So I didn't see them going off and doing their other things anymore. I really saw this. We are going to go in lockstep with you. So we have amazing funding that's supporting many of the things happening at HHS, for example, not to put Mark on the spot. So I just offer that up as perspective from what I saw previously working in the governor's office. Yes, Commissioner. Ma.
I'm very glad to hear the report of what's going on in the governor's office, because to the admin crunch that we have in our organization, that strikes me as very fundable. It's not a huge shortfall or difference to this agency in terms of ability to function. And with that, you're leveraging an organization that is itself leveraging. It's a very high multiple investment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We did have a Jamboard exercise. Are we up to doing Jamboard again to kind of, no.
I'm feeling this conversation. I just felt the Jamboard kind of took a life of its own. And so we have 45 minutes. Should we keep jamming sans Jamboard?
Or writing or whatever.
The
People learn
talking
differently. We're different learning. Just wanted to offer up if people need to take a minute and write down, some people write thoughts or whatnot.
Or do we need to take a little break?
Oh,
before?
buy a break
Yeah.
before.
Yeah. Tracy brought in more snacks, so you know.
So
Now
more.
it's time for a break.
So staff just looked at me. Marcia, you had your finger. Did you want to add?
Should we take a 5-minute break and then I think we need to talk about wrap up and next steps and all that will take a little bit more time. Is that good? Okay.
Okay. No Jamboard. Sorry, virtual participants.
We will save the Jamboard for July is what I'm hearing. Okay. Thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. We would give you snacks if we could.
Okay, sorry, we got a little delayed. Our online commissioners, Vice Chair Hazen, Commissioner Rizzo, I hope you're feeling okay. If not, please. Oh, there she is. Thank you so much. Please take any and all breaks. Commissioner Mijik, you're good. Okay, we're gonna get started now. The goal in the next 35 minutes is to finish up the conversations here, to talk about next steps and go over any homework that we've requested of the staff and staff requests of us.
Okay. I'm not sure if staff has any requests. We actually had one slide left, that if you wouldn't just indulge us in this last slide, is that what we call legacy investment that we have been funding for a long time. Again, outside of number 5, we don't have to continue, as you all have discovered, we don't have to fund these things at the level we have, right? So the CHIS, California Healthy Interview Survey, which actually helps. And I know that there are commissioners on CHIS as advisors, so that's what we've funded just as a part of our evaluation of various things and questions. Help develop briefs through CHIS from out of UCLA, Kit for New Parents, media campaign and public relations, small population county funding, and smoking cessation. And as we have discussed, everything except for 5 is flexible and except media. But again, we have to, I suppose you could spend down 0 in media, but as discussed, just wanted to kind of reiterate, those are the long-term historical investments.
Technically, we have to do something in smoking. The definition of legacy was that the name of it stayed the same, or the, I mean, we
So-
just established that most of the money had actually gone into school readiness programs.
Oh.
Historical.
Correct. So we missed impact, but this has been moving forward. And I think that there was a commitment over the last couple of years that impact may sunset eventually, right? That's been no end in sight. Shouldn't say not end in sight. I would just, my understanding, and staff can help me. I'm looking at Jamie. Jamie, you're looking. What is correct?
It's correct that the list of legacy investments are things that, like the media that you've done for years, that the commission continually approves. That I shouldn't say assumed, but is assumed to continue, like CHIS and like Kit for New Parents, smoking cessation. Unlike Jackie said with impact, where it was mentioned that potentially it may sunset over X amount of years and not continue in its eternity.
Well, actually, it really sounds like I'm sort of anti-child development. That's not my point.
No,
I
of
want to
course.
make it very clear. I'm just for clear thinking about what we're doing. And it does, I confess, bother me that I noticed that one child development preschool child or EC program ends and the other one with a different name comes up and
Gotcha.
another. And you know what? We just keep doing the same, having the same huge, massive elephant in the room priority over and over again. And I'm not saying it's a bad priority. I'm just saying it's not. Any fair statement that was of trying to get a board to understand what the board is doing.
I see.
Would list
I see.
massive investments in school readiness programs. And that's just what we did historically. And I think we need to talk about exactly as Erin very brilliantly did, and I appreciated what you said. She was saying, yes, we've done it over and over and over again. Yes, we just keep doing it. Yes, it's a big focus for us. But Molly, we do it differently.
Yeah.
We've enriched it. We've changed it. And I understand that it has more. But we have new commissioners. And you want to say that. You want to say, it's a massive thing that we're doing. It's the biggest thing that we do here is this.
Yeah.
And here is this is how it has worked, because it used to be this, and you need to tell people.
Yeah.
So that they get a fair picture of where you've been and where you want to go. Because eventually you're going to have to talk about what you want to do in childcare space.
Yeah.
And maybe impact is just the ticket, because it has been so enriched by good analysis, point of intervention in families. That's very important. It could be that the local child care provider is the trusted person in that census tract. It's a very, very important factor. Just like the books, it's not the books, it's about the
Connection,
person,
yeah.
you know? Anyway, these kinds of thinkings where we kind of get under the skin of what we've been doing and ask ourselves which of it is the right thing to do, which of it should be pushed out in a different way, what the opportunities are for leverage, or we can phase out and put on handoff, whatever. I mean, it's a huge job. It's a huge job, and it'll be a big business. But it's, the time is right. We have new leadership. You're a good systems person, Jackie, you can do it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she can do it.
I'm already doing.
She can do it. I mean,
Thank
you know, we just have to, but we have to feel confident, honest with each other, and put forward data and charts and presentations that really communicate what we've been doing and what our dilemmas are. If we do that, then we're unstoppable. We've got somewhere between 80 and 60 million dollars a year, and all the goodwill in the world, and friends up and down the legislative and gubernatorial staffs. I mean, this is a very powerful place if we feel it and use it right. So, I mean, Janina is just, that's another treasure we have. Janina has brought a lot of power in. So we can do it. And the staff is amazing and does the work of twice the people. I just think it's a matter of seizing the moment and being really clear with each other. Being really clear and collegial with each other is very important.
Thank you, Commissioner Munger. Appreciate your historical knowledge and all that you're sharing on the newbies as we learn. So thank you for that. Commissioner Bradshaw.
And based on a lot of what Molly's saying, but I also was planning to come back after this quick break and highlight something that Erin said that I want to make sure we don't miss. Because for me, it's not about legacy. So it's a name, right? It's work. It's this word we've used, leverage, right?
Yes.
We are leveraging the biggest troops in our work, and that is childcare providers. Not because childcare, but because they are messengers, to Molly's point. And so when you think about whole child, when you think about health, when you think about family impact, when you think about sometimes who are young mothers who are bringing their children, they talk to, they get their advice, go to the doctor, things like that. It is through the childcare providers. So through impact or through provider staff, or through some of the other things we've done, we have really been just sort of tooling and resourcing our troops. And that is the providers who are, you know, at great risk right now. But I think it's important to understand it's not the name of a program, but it's really sort of a mechanism and a vehicle for delivery of so much that we're trying to get out there to the California community.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to your point about impact as well, though, like how are we able to pull out the impact? And so you're bringing the person impact, right? And that's what we also, as much as we can, when we talk about qualitative, when we talk about data, we know that it's impacting women and women of color and others who are really doing all that they can in this field to make it work. And so I think that's a really good point. I want to make sure as we wrap up, any other commissioners online? Do you have any final thoughts or any final messages to the staff as they prepare for the July 28th meeting where we will discuss proposed investments? Not to put you on the spot, but I want to make sure that you. Yes, please go. Commissioner Midget.
Yeah, I just have a quick question around kind of the proposals that have been put forward. And I think today's conversation was really helpful, at least for me, to kind of anchor what the historical components were and what this looks like. But as we look to evaluate the proposals that the staff is making, Jackie, is your intent that this package comes back as is? And would you like feedback from us between now and the June meeting in order for us to be able to kind of flush this out? It would be good to better understand, kind of process what you're expecting with regards to how we look at this package, given the conversation we just had.
I think if you all individually could send them to me, not to the entire commission, to abide by Bagley-Keene, that would be helpful for, not necessarily because I know people are busy, we'll have fuller discussion and will help inform how we may tweak these future investments, because it has been a very rich discussion, and I think we have a better sense of where the commission priorities may land, especially around the leveraging and opportunities, so that could be more robust and give us a little bit more time in terms of the history. I also want to apologize to Commissioner Munger in terms of early care and education has been a long-term investment. And this was really about the past commission saying, we want to fund this almost in perpetuity, is what that has, my understanding of what it was. So it wasn't to say that, yes, we have changed the name of our long-term investments in early care and education. So I apologize for this slide and how it came up. So.
Okay, so what I heard
Yeah, so.
was yes to feedback, but just to Jackie
Yes.
Wong.
Yes, Jackie Wong, J Wong at
Okay.
ccfc.ca.gov.
And also though, because those were proposed amendments, I hope staff will indulge, just like you're welcoming feedback, right? You're not saying this is it, so I hope, you take it from the spirit of open heart, open mind, of we're just offering our thoughts and we will discuss it as well. So Marco, I hope you feel free to just come up with any other idea too, if you have, given the leveraging. I think I heard leveraging as the word of the day for me at least. So if you have thoughts on what HHS is doing to help infuse what you all are proposing, could be a helpful give and take.
Yeah, and that was the spirit of my question. I mean, I think that there's a lot of things that we're trying to lock down with regards to the legislature and the May revision, and we're in negotiations right now. And I think that there's a lot of ways in which we can piggyback and build off of what the governor is going to hopefully sign come July 1st with the 2022-2023 budget. And so I just want to kind of step back for a minute, given today's conversation, and provide Jackie Wong some feedback that builds off of what we as an administration are doing much more holistically across the entirety of HHS. So DHCS, CDSS, childcare, et cetera.
Great, thank you so much, Commissioner, for stepping up. Vice Chair Hazen.
Thank you. And Jackie, I heard you say to share feedback after this, but I do want to say, just in terms of initial feedback about what's been, I guess, how the proposals have been presented to us in the deck. I don't see anything around alignment with strategic priorities. And for me, that's really important. And then the common question for all of these proposals is, how will children be better off? And I would appreciate that being reframed as, how will children and families be better off? So those are just two sort of high level framing pieces for me as I evaluate maybe refined versions of these proposals at the next meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Can I just piggyback really quickly after Commissioner Hazan's comment? I think the other thing that's important, and I think Commissioner Alvarez and Chairperson Perez noted it earlier, like, what outcome are we trying to achieve? Like, what are we going to get for this investment? X number of kids are going to get what? What is the outcome that we're trying to drive towards? I think having a quantifiable thing to point to Commissioner Hazan's point, I think is going to be important, at least from my perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. I want to make sure, just in the room, we have 20 minutes, so I'm going to keep making sure. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, just, and in the spirit of just by then, the budget will hopefully have been approved. I think what would help me, how we have in this section here, you guys have like what opportunities for leveraging or other funds. By then we'll know kind of what the state investments in some of these areas are. And so my question to staff would be, how is our additional investment in that space further enhancing the state's investment in that space? And then what is the unique role that we intend to play? Kind of speaking to like, what is the outcome? For me, it's more of not just like quantifiable outcomes, but more of like, how is this advancing systems change? How is this advancing racial equity? How is this ensuring that the communities that are most in need of investment are receiving those investments, to really kind of shift that needle, right? Like we get to that point of, how do we assure that all of our children have the opportunity to achieve their unique potential regardless of if they live in quartile 5 or quartile 1, going back to, you know, the birth data.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Alvarez.
Building off of Commissioner Jimenez's comments, I think it would also be really helpful in looking at some of the proposed investments, thinking about how all of us are really interested in leveraging other existing initiatives, particularly on the health side, how we're leveraging the child and behavioral health initiative that many advocates have said does not do enough for early childhood. How do our investments piggyback off of that and help strengthen the state's overall investment as a partner? And then also the DHCS, for the first time, released a Medi-Cal strategy focused on children, which we talked about, what was last meeting? We talked about that? May have, but also that one, really, how are we leveraging that? And then I keep thinking about something Commissioner Major said, which is this idea of us being a catalyst. That actually really speaks to, I think, something the governor has always tried to do is, how is California a leader? How is California being the model for the nation? And if we are being a catalyst with these investments, tell us that story a bit, or be prepared to tell us that story. I would love to hear more about that. That stuck with me. Like, how are we a catalyst, right? We don't have all the money in the world when you compare our budget compared to others, but if it can spark something, that then will have greater impacts down the road.
Thank you.
And if I may just one more, because
Yes.
some of this brings us to a deficit for some of the state buckets. I can't remember what the right terminology is, but you know, in reviewing future investments, is there a proposal also from staff to consider allocation of carryover in certain years to the unallocated funds, so that then we could continue to invest in those areas that we do feel are resulting in positive outcomes for our children and family? Because I personally wouldn't be comfortable approving an investment if we're going to be in the red by 26, 27, remember the last year.
So just admin. Everything else has
Or
money.
even like going to 2
Just admin.
million, I mean, even like dropping down, you know, the ending fund balance or amount for carryover for following year. I mean, then what? What's the next 5 years look like if then you have nothing to carry over?
As proposed, we ended with 40 million in the carryover bucket in 26, 27.
For the total, right?
Yeah.
But some of the buckets are like at 2 or 3.
The childcare, yeah.
Very, very low.
Commissioner Majors.
I also want to say, and to both of your points, it was some sort of retreat or something we had. I can't remember what it was. When I first started, where this idea of being a catalyst came to me because we understood that there was an end, and I don't want to say an end, but that funds were declining. And so it wasn't how do we, to Commissioner Menez's point, it was not funding something forever.
Right.
It was how do we fund it appropriately, responsibly, so that there was a warm handoff to the state or to, at the time, CDE, to be able to build the infrastructure, do the research required, get the community engagement involved, and here you go. Now you fund it. So there was more of a catalyst discussion and approach to how do we use our money so that we could approve something that we didn't have the money to support for 6 years, but we have the money to support it and to broker a relationship for the next 3 years, and then we're out. And it was also important communication that we were having with the public, to the different associations, saying, hey, we are not your forever direct funder for this. We are the commission, we are the California Commission. We are trying to establish research and create the framework for things that are good for California kids. And partners have got to step up. Community has to step up to take these from us. So there wasn't an entitlement, not an entitlement, expectation, really, that we were going to be the forever direct service provider or funder for them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Munger, do you have any final thoughts or remarks?
I was just thinking about how we always say you should build on strength. We don't want to have deficit models. And it goes for ourselves as an institution as well. When you think about putting forward a to the commission, I think it's good to think. I have these 4 things I propose, are all good. which is the one where we, first five, have particular advantage. We have something special that we bring to that. It could be, we worked in that field before with that counties, we've got a lot of social fabric to call on, we have expertise. We did a study, big study on that. We have a lot of knowledge about that. We have a political partner, a critical political partner for us on that. Assessing your own assets and putting them into proposals so that you're explaining, you know, it's not
Why
that,
us?
yeah,
Yes,
why us,
yes.
why us, why us, why now? And it's about the opportunities, the leverage, the catalyst, the moment can spark something. And what do you bring that makes you the right person, the right group, the right commission to do that? And I have utmost confidence that we're gonna find a lot of really great work that we can say, you know what, and we'll just tell them. I think it's in your minds as you think about it, but you don't necessarily surface it. But it's a fair thing to surface. Here, we're going to build on the strength that we developed in this. This is unique. That was a very fraught problem, but we came in, we calmed the waters. Now we have a lot of credibility. We're a leader in that field. I mean, you know, whatever, you need to tell us that, because then we can responsibly say that's important to know. Because otherwise that wouldn't necessarily have been such a big priority. But when you tell us that that's something we're really good at and have that depth in, that weighs in there. And it makes it more likely that there will be impact from it, more likely to get the leverage. So, you know, just that would be my last thought, would be think about your strengths as a group in your team and what they bring in terms of and just the reach of it. It's a lot. It's really a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner Munger. Looking online to see if there's anyone else. Commissioner Rizzo, I just want to thank you again for being here as well. I know you're hopefully feeling better too, but I want to put you on the spot if you had any comments.
I just appreciate the ability to participate today. I thankfully tested before I got on the plane yesterday, but I was packing and I was positive for COVID. So thank God last week was the end of school. But anyway, I just want to reiterate, I've been kind of quiet because I cough when I talk, but the importance of leverage, supporting and emphasizing what Commissioner Hazan said earlier. And while we were going through the numbers, I just kept, when we talk about partnerships, and I kept thinking about partnerships that can make an impact. And I know business giants like Amazon, you know, Jeff Bezos, and right down to supplies for schools and our offices, since we're shorthanded, even the little things like that, not shorthanded, but since overhead and stuff, when we're talking about, you know, how much we have to put away, that would be huge. And I can't help going there while I was listening. So I'm glad to know that there's some bigger entities as far as what Newsom's budget agenda has a line for that. So anyway, that was just my thoughts. I was taking a lot in, and I appreciate again the ability to be here today.
We're so grateful that you know, are here, and I know I'll speak for everyone wishing you well, and thank you again for taking the time to spend with us. My comments first and foremost are to thank the staff for all that they've done. It's been a lot. I've learned a lot. I've appreciated just more and more how much I'm just, like I said, when I got this position, I'm like, I'm finally in the First Five family, because I keep talking about you guys as like the model. So now I'm here. So thank you to Jackie for your leadership. I still can't believe it's 2 months. Thank you to Commissioner Munger, and why am I saying Commissioner? And I'm saying Jackie Wong, Jackie Rogers, Jackie Rogers, Commissioner Jackie.
Commissioner Jackie probably works.
Commissioner Jackie, for your historical knowledge and being able to educate and share the knowledge. It's really grateful to have you here. And then to Commissioner Jimenez and Commissioner Alvarez for the full participation as well. Not to put Commissioner Mijic on the spot either, but I'm really excited that you're here. Marco, I kept saying your name, like, we talk to Marco, he'll help us figure out all that HHS is doing, because it is clear to me, the spark, the catalyst that First Five has done in 24 years, HHS is doing a lot of that work now. And so how do we learn from them? How do they learn from us? And how do we then say, okay, what's next? What's our next iterative role to partner with you? So I really do hope, I know Marco's super busy with everything, but when the time is right, that the staff, and I'm happy to participate in any way to help us just all learn what HHS is doing. Not to put my CDE friends on the spot either, but you know, the Department of Ed is doing a lot of great work too. That was a catalyst thanks to First Five. So we really do need to just double down on those relationships and answer the question, why us? How are we leveraging? I really appreciate that you started to answer those questions, but you just refine it a little bit more, like really, how are you going to leverage? You've had initial conversations, or I don't know how you want to put it, because we're not giving you the go ahead for things, but just you've talked to HHS, you've talked to the Department of Ed, here's what they're doing. We already know what's in the previous budgets. Like I mentioned, the LAO has a wonderful look back of all the investments, 8.7 billion in early learning and care. That includes TK as well. What does that mean for us in the childcare space now? Because we don't have 8.7 billion. So what does that mean for our best role in that space? And answer that same question in health and family functioning. I think those are just important questions always that we should just keep top of mind. Why us? Why now? I heard as well, how are we leveraging, and what do we think will be the impact, and how will we measure that impact going forward? All right, here. Okay. Any other final comments or thoughts?
Any other from staff clarification about next steps, about modifying any of, one of the things that we did, they're not on the slides, but we were using the key questions shared with the strategic planning committee, which include the equity and how do we measure this. That was part of it. So perhaps when we come back in July, actually bring back those key questions that were guiding us, I think would help a lot of the commissioners understand that it wasn't just these answers in these boxes. We actually in presentation are using those key questions and the RBA framework. So with that said, thank you for your time, and I'm excited about to work together and to get into what I say #good trouble. And looking at Commissioner Jimenez, she looks like she has a question.
Oh, no, just.
Or a comment.
Is the July meeting going to be hybrid?
It can also be hybrid.
Okay.
So we have to have a meeting location per statute. So we were looking at EduCare because that was one of our past as well, but because they have children and the pandemic is still a thing, that we may not be able to use that space. We also understand majority of commissioners are in Southern California, maybe in Southern California at that time. So we'll take that into account as well.
I appreciate the hybrid model. I will say that. I don't know if others have comments on it, but I think it is important if we can always do hybrid as much as possible to just make it easier for those of us who may not be able to be in person. So thank you for that.
Yeah. As long as we post locations and all of that, all those rules, we can always do hybrid.
Great.
So just let us know in advance before we post the agenda. And next time we'll have the correct address for the in-person.
Well, what's the correct address for where you wanted to go?
That's true. That is true. That is true. Just not where the commission meeting was held. So back to you.
Okay.
To
close this out. Okay, so now the next commission meeting we heard is scheduled for July 28th, 2022. It should be a robust meeting, so let's all come back excited to talk about proposed investments and share our ideas. And some of us, I know Commissioner Midgick and others have also said that they would be happy to send feedback to Jackie Wong though about the proposed investments that are in the slides. Okay, so now I move to adjourn the commission. I will call for a motion. I move to adjourn the commission meeting. Is there a second? Second. Thank you.
So Commissioner Munger second.
So Commissioner Munger seconded the motion.
Jamie does.
Jamie, can you do the roll call, please?
Myra Alvarez.
Aye.
Shannon Hazen.
Aye.
Jimenez.
Aye.
Jackie Majors. Molly Munger,
Aye.
Janina Perez,
Aye.
Lori Riso,
Aye.
Majic.
He doesn't get a vote.
Sorry.
Yes,
Not
well-
to say that you don't get a vote, Commissioner Majek, but you don't get a vote.
Not officially.
Not officially, but, okay.
Okay, with that, thank you again, everyone. Bye-bye. Take care.
Yeah, if anybody's hybrid